keep them in a box, in my dingleberry box. I do. Dingleberries is the only flavor of berry that you don't love.
I told you, you put condoms on hot sauce bottles with your mouth.
It's actually funny that you mention that because I actually do that. Condoms protect against all hot sauce related. All right. That's fun. So other than walking every day, have you been doing anything with your diet that's different? To be
Walking, jogging, cutting out sugar and shit, doing 200 push-ups a day, 200 crunches.
Wow, Nestle crunches.
And if you cut out sugar, what are you sweetening your Kool-Aid with?
I don't drink Kool-Aid, bitch.
Oh, it's like all the greats, you know, the Kool-Aid man doesn't get high on his own supply.
You drink Kool-Aid. That's Kool-Aid.
Hey, that's true, actually. Again, everything, all the jokes you guys are saying is true. I have Kool-Aids, which is a type of HIV you can only get from getting butt fucked by somebody that has AIDS.
With sunglasses on.
Yeah, it's true.
Tony got Kool-Aid when he put speed in ice water.
Oh, yeah.
Why would I do that? That's right. That's right.
When you stick your foot in some water, that's how you make Roundup weed killer.
Oh my goodness. Got me there. I love it. So David, you living by yourself?
Yeah.
What else have you been doing? Have you been watching The Last Dance on Netflix via ExpressVPN?
But yeah, I've been watching that Jordan shit. I'm more of a Magic Johnson fan. But I just started watching Game of Thrones today.
I'm a Magic Johnson guy too. That's actually who gave me my Kool-Aids. I looked at backstage passes at the Magic Johnson Theater, and I bent over to pick up a popcorn kernel that I dropped, and Magical Johnson dumped on your head.
That's his full name is Magic.
Yeah. Magic. That's right.
He dunked his left nut into my butt, and
that's how it happens, actually. That's the only way to get AIDS is if they dip their nuts, they put their nutsack, one half of their nutsack into your butt. That's how you get it.
Magic Johnson was fucking with Tony when he was a Lakers girl.
That's true. Actually, I met, it's crazy enough, I met Magic Johnson while I was at the Magic Castle playing Magic the Galaxy.
that table wine is really
Yeah, when Magic Johnson practices sex
for here.
Tony, he was like the nigga at the stadium that be throwing peanuts.
Wait a second, why would I throw peanuts?
I don't know, but he just like to always touch nuts and shit.
Well, I mean, don't you like it when people throw nuts at you when you're performing at the circus?
Well, if you don't get your type of trainer looking ass up out of here,
What'd you just call me?
you're a type of trainer. You look like you make balloon animals.
What the
Gotcha.
You look like you make balloon animals with booty hole condoms.
That's the section I see there, not as the girls.
Yeah, I wait till we get back on stage. Tony making balloon animals out of condoms. I'm gonna hit you with that so hard.
Do it, dude. I'll write a comeback for that in the meanwhile, because I think we have about a year and a half before we're going to be in front of a live audience again.
Yeah, that's real.
Can someone please isolate that moment of Joel completely breaking character and just really saying, oh fuck?
Fixing cars with my dad and shit.
Go
full Mexican, just be a mechanic.
I don't know what I'm doing. I'm not gonna fucking work experience.
He What would you do, David? That's actually a great question. What would you, if you had to get a normal job, what would be your first go-to?
Foot Lockers.
Shut your racist ass up.
You said that you're
You
black.
start making your own barbecue sauce.
Right.
You said that you're black suburban. Maybe you could drive for Uber Black. They love
My
black.
driving record is actually too fucked up to drive for Uber, bro. I got too many speeding tickets.
Speeding tickets.
Looks like you got 8 tickets.
You're eating too fast.
Yeah, me.
Joe, shut your Sacagawea licking ass up.
Eating tickets.
Actually, Joe Johannes.
Eating tickets would be the greatest thing to watch someone get a ticket for. I caught you doing donuts in a 65.
You know I fucking...
Oh,
Red Man don't want to go back to the before.
What?
why?
You don't want to go back to the stage. You enjoy laying in bed with Postmates all day.
I mean, it's the same. I did that before.
Literally nothing has changed.
changed.
Red Man has been living in quarantine this whole time.
There's some guys that even got to take a shower 1 time a week.
True.
Maybe that's true. I saw that you took the time to vacuum your dining room table last night, or yes, it was your bed.
You were vacuuming. Yeah, we had a little vacuum plate right next to it. Put a shock factor like on the back.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys follow Instagram stories, but you two actually you automatically slide. I don't know if you know this because the algorithm on them. You guys, as soon as you post a story, you immediately pop up in my top left because I watch your guys' stories relentlessly, and I'll just leave it at that. I won't say why I watch them relentlessly.
Let's just say Tony randomly messages me LOL and I never know what it means. A lot of times it's like there's something random and they'll say LOL and I was like, well, we should talk about the picture that you posted of you in the bed with no clothes on it. I guess podcast. Yeah. What the fuck was that shit about, dude? That was the creepiest way. It's
what he does anytime you call him on something. He does this inaudible laugh.
There have been times after the show where like we're gonna take a band photo and I have like the dildo and he's like, can you put the dildo down? And he'll post a fucking photo in a full-on thong. That's great shit. That's like Craigslist picture. You have like a folder.
Yeah, where
Did you man, that's straight out of Craigslist. Look at those. Dang.
Your body shape is unbelievable. This goes along with the one where you made a silly one a couple months ago.
You look like Venus de Jello. Did your wife do this picture, by the way?
You must have, right? Did you set a timer for that? I mean, those are your wife. That has to be your wife's underwear, right? A pair of her sexy panties or something.
Nice. That's not mine.
Wow.
That is so gross.
What was that, Jolie? No, go ahead. I want to know what you were almost saying.
It's known that Jeremiah matches his underwear to his characters. That's how insane he is, like getting into character. We all know from the loosey-gooseys that he wore, the Monopoly Man in his underwear. He probably has dongs for all the women characters he plays, jock straps for the athletes. It's fucking true. It is a real thing. I will wear the underwear that pertains to certain characters.
Wow.
So, but do you understand the reason behind that photo?
Go ahead. Because Kevin Mack posts sexy pics of himself, and you wanted to be sexy.
Well,
This is what you think.
what you think Kevin Mack is doing? This is what I'm making up. Wearing women's underwear. It's like a parody. It's a heightening and a parody.
Wow.
Hey, Joburg.
Oh, shit. What? Out of nowhere.
With that bandana and that wig on, I just want to say that you look like a Indian with some cotton chick.
You do.
Pocahontas.
Yeah. Pocahontas. You're so You're so funny. David, I love you so much. You're the best. Check out David roasting
I'm
your...
live next week.
Okay.
Some push-ups on air.
Okay, you gotta wear a mask, though.
Y'all niggas ain't got no mask on.
I know, but you're black, David. Come on.
I love y'all, man.
We love you, David Lucas. He's on Instagram at David Lucas Funny. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna find another person picked by the producers of Betterbox Studios, Gage and Anthony, before the show. We're moving it along to another stranger. Let's see the comedy stylings of Connor Pecora. There's Connor Pecora. Music. Here goes Connor Pecora.
If you're going to have diarrhea, it's probably best if you're the big spoon. I ran out of toilet paper in March. Turns out Colgate whitens more than just your teeth. My mom got knocked up by an Air Force pilot who flew the stealth bomber. He sure knew how to dump his load and get away undetected. My last Uber driver was deaf. And at the end of the ride, you can leave a compliment. So I said, great conversation. Some people think that white people and black people don't have a lot in common, but I don't think so. I know what it's like to wreck a Chevy Impala.
Fuck yeah. Connor Pecora.
Hey, what's up, everybody?
Hi, Connor. How are you, man?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm fantastic. I'm gonna be honest with you, dude. Not often. It's very hard to get me to laugh at a poop joke. But that diarrhea big spoon, that got me. You got me good on that one. Simple, easy, edited down, perfect. Brian, you're shaking your head no at that. Why is that?
I thought Brian would like that.
Diarrhea. Is it? Oh, is this one that you've written before? Is this another?
Let's check with the
Is this another episode of Red Man Wrote It?
I wish I wrote that.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, I thought you had a filter on your video, like an eyebrow filter.
No, your eyebrows are incredible. Your eyebrows look like Thea Tyson's drawing of the band. I almost wish we could do a side-by-side. I wonder if that's possible to zoom in on his eyebrows, perhaps, during his performance. And
It's like, what you drew up my eyebrows? Look at my eyebrows and look at
can we zoom in on those at all?
Oh my god! It's like...
Oh my god. Can we zoom in on Connor's eyebrows? Is that possible? That's a tough one, huh?
screenshot.
Oh, there it is.
Can I see my face?
Yeah, look at that.
Wow.
My goodness, that's what Thea Tyson was using.
Scoot over to my face for bending and see.
Oh my god, Jules, that drawing of you kills me. Oh my god, I want that as the background on my phone. And that beard hair of Red Man, it's incredible. Is there anything funnier than like bad good drawings? Like it's like if it was bad, it wouldn't be funny. But the fact that you can tell someone put like time and effort.
Can we get her to draw Jeremiah in the back on the bed? Oh yes, please draw. You're listening.
Oh my god, Thea Tyson, you have become an instant legend on the show. At Thea Tyson, ThySsen, TheaThyssen. But here we are with Connor Pecora. Connor, have you done stand-up comedy before?
Yeah, I've been doing it for about a year.
Heck yeah, man. Where are you at?
Denton, Texas, north of Dallas.
North of Dallas. How far north is that?
It's like 30 miles northwest.
Okay. You live out there with your family?
I live here with my girlfriend.
Oh, okay. Are you originally from Denton, or she's originally from Denton?
No, neither of us are from Denton. I'm from a town in New Mexico, and she's from El Paso.
Oh, wow. How long have you two been together?
It will be 6 years in 2 weeks.
Wow, my goodness. Any special plans for the anniversary?
I might, make her some salsa or something,
Wow. Oh, it really is.
Too bad you're not single.
What kind of salsa? What do you put in your salsa?
Probably El Paso salsa, right?
Salsa verde, primo.
Salsa verde.
Oh my God! Look at that.
Tomatillos, jalapenos, serrano, you know what it is, güey.
Jesus
I was
Christ.
thinking I could get into the barbecue business, but maybe I should make sauce.
Me gusta habanero,
Yeah.
no cilantro, no cebolla.
So Connor, you've been on the show before, is that right?
Yeah, last time you guys were at Hyenas, Fort Worth.
Oh, okay, awesome. How did that go?
It went all right.
Heck yeah. Are you
Probably the only time I haven't bombed.
Oh, cool. Oh, you sang a song.
Wait,
Yeah,
from my band. I sick like that killed Tony's song.
Wow. So Connor, what's the name of your band?
That's called Genius Christ.
Genius Christ. Heck yeah, it's sort of coming back to me. You guys are a rock and roll band?
Yeah, more or less.
What instrument do you play?
I play guitar and do most of the vocals.
Heck yeah. Awesome, man. You guys, are you guys performing a lot live before the quarantine?
Like once or twice a month. We've been wrapping up our first full-length album, and honestly, we haven't even seen each other for the last 6 weeks.
Crazy. Gotta be weird time to be in a band. Work with people. I guess we do it. Anyway,
Music, 16.
Connor, what else about you that we didn't find out the first time that you were on do you think would be interesting for us to talk about? What does your girlfriend do for work?
She is an elementary music teacher.
Wow, look at that.
Yeah.
I used to be so
I
bad.
do a little bit of painting on the side.
Oh.
Painting of me looking like a fucking
Oh, I would love it if that became just a whole new thing for artists out there to do, just bad Joel drawing.
And do you have the Joel drawing this week?
No, Ryan J's the man. Ryan J does good drawings. Ryan J couldn't draw Ryan J couldn't draw that picture that lady drew of you if he tried. Like
Michael Laird couldn't draw that picture if he tried.
Oh God. I love it, Connor. So you do some paintings. What else? What else about you? I feel like there's some deep, dark stories here.
Dark stories? I'm not so sure. I got peed on at Boy Scout camp one year.
Oh yeah, he was on the show earlier, Julian Leiber from Germany. How did you get peed on? Camp.
We were working on our wilderness survival merit badge. We had to build a shelter. This kid needed to pee. He didn't want to get out of the shelter. He ended up stepping over my face and just kind of gave me a little spritz.
Wow. Little spritz, a little bit of that Texas shower time.
Oh yeah. The next day they actually got it. They initiated me to the Order of the Golden Arrow or something. So I wonder if that had anything to do with it.
That's right. Like, yeah, I hear they let you sell Girl Scout cookies after you get peed on from another man. Anyway, so Connor, interesting stuff, man. You ever been questioned by the police about anything?
Yeah, I have actually.
Like what?
What are you doing sleeping in your car with your car on? Sir, are you intoxicated? Please step out of the vehicle.
Rabbi.
What up, pimp?
Sleeping in your car with the car on. Were you in your garage?
You know this. Dennis the Menace is created on the same day in 2 different countries.
Okay, what was your joke?
Did you know that?
Of course, everybody knows that.
My joke is, my friends tell me that I suck at everything, but I'm really good at sucking dick, and I've never even sucked a dick before.
Can you say it again?
My friends tell me that I'm really good at everything. Sorry, my friends tell me that I'm not good at anything. My friends tell me that I'm not good at anything, that I'm really good at sucking dick. So I'm gonna suck dick at this time, and I've never even sucked a dick.
Dude, that doesn't make any sense, dog.
How does that make any sense?
Say it again.
My friends tell me that I suck at everything, and that I'm sorry, my friends tell me that I suck dick at everything, and I've never even sucked a dick before, so I'm gonna suck a lot of dick tonight.
Doug, that doesn't make any sense.
I'm gonna enjoy it. What doesn't make any sense?
I mean, it just doesn't. What up,
I
Nolan?
am.
Just one moment, dude. What up, Nolan? How you living, Pimp? Nolan, can you hear us?
Yeah,
Nolan, how old are you?
15.
Okay, you got to be 18 to be in here. Take care, buddy. All right, dude. Back to. There's something.
Then I go.
There's a better.
I'm starting to.
There's a better joke in there that you could use. Perhaps a paradox. So let's work it out. So it's like, my friends tell me that I don't do anything well. So I say to them, why do you keep telling me that I suck dick? Okay, so my friends tell me I don't do anything. But I counter that by saying they're always telling me that I suck dick. So which is it? Do I not do anything or do I suck dick? That's an okay joke.
No. I'm starting to hate gay people.
Stop, Zoo. Stop. Zoo. No. None of that.
You didn't let me finish.
Yeah, I know, but you gotta understand, you're using like trigger words that Instagram doesn't like, and I can't let you talk about that kind of stuff.
I don't hate gay.
Zoo, you just avoid the word. Avoid race and gender and sexual proclivity.
I'm just jealous of gay people.
Zoo, I just said avoid sexual proclivity, and then you don't get it. I don't understand what you don't get. And I have come to a conclusion with you, and this may be beneficial for you to know. And you probably already know this, but you are. Can you hear me?
What?
You are an attention hog.
What?
Can you hear me?
No.
You are an attention hog. Have you ever been told that before? Zoo.
No.
Well, now you have. Basically, you have to be the center of attention, or you get upset and you begin to start getting triggered, or you have tics, and then you leave. It's like I've seen this countless times. If you're not involved in something, your tics increase severely. Have you noticed that about yourself?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's honest. Are you ready to play?
Yeah, why not? Rabbi,
What up, big dog?
I think the sucking dick thing is gonna be funny. I just need to word it. You'd be like, how did
Are you gonna go? Dude,
Yeah.
dude, you just got a ton in dog. This is trick shot, dog.
So the open mic posted on Instagram that they now want they want the next open mic to be hate speech only.
Did they really?
Yeah.
Dude, did you see how you missed that last shot?
Yeah, the Instagram page posted they only wanted to be hate speech only.
Dog, it's
It
April.
was an April Fool.
It's April Fool's.
Yeah. Yeah. I think deep down that he kind of wants hate speech only.
Pardon me.
Rabbi, what's the worst set you've seen on Kill Tony?
Like someone perform?
Yeah. What's universally known as the worst set on Kill Tony?
I don't know. Some lady said the N word.
Is that the worst thing?
I mean, it's like you said in your interview, comedy is subjective, baby.
Did I say that in my interview?
Yeah,
Where?
like get pretty close to the beginning. Dude, that was a great combo shot. Did you know that? Oh,
Why
fuck.
did Ella Cool J decide to make hats with kangaroos on them?
He didn't. That's a different company. He just wore them. I shouldn't say it's a different company. He didn't invent Kangol. He just wore them. And it was probably because he was balding and didn't want people to know he was balding.
You ready?
Yeah.
Imagine if I win without you taking a hit.
Dude, you keep doing the same break. That is really good. All right, go ahead. What'd you say?
Imagine if I win without you taking a hit.
Wait, say it again?
Imagine if I win without you taking a hit.
Okay, well, things could happen.
That's happened before. I did hit the one ball. What the hell? Hey, Rabbi.
What up, big dog?
So there's a new open mic on Wednesdays, and I was there last night.
How'd it go?
I didn't perform. I was just there watching people.
How did they do?
There was only comedians in the crowd.
You want to know some secret stuff about comedy on social media?
Yeah.
All right, so Matt Rife did an interview, and he said that You know, like he blew up because of social media, and he got like 20 million followers or something on TikTok just from his crowd work, essentially. And all of a sudden, over the course of like a year and a half, he saw his impressions go down and down and down and down and down to the point where he wasn't able to connect with his audience anymore. So he scheduled a meeting with TikTok, and he was like, "Hey, I'm like one of the people who you featured on your app, and now I can't even connect with my audience. And whenever I do anything in terms of my stand up, it's not getting a lot of views. Why is that?" And they said, "Oh, well, we just don't feature comedy anymore. It's something that we used to feature, but we don't anymore. We feature things like dances and things like that." And so he said, "Okay, well, how do you recommend that I like continue to get big numbers like I once did?" And they said, "Well, you should do dances." And he said, "I would rather basically end my life than do a dance on TikTok." And so, just so you know, like TikTok doesn't like, uh, or they're not promoting comedy like they once did.
I don't think they'll be promoting people ending their lives anymore.
No, that's not what it. That's not the point.
What you're saying to me is I gotta get up on stage, do a backflip, and start dancing,
Yeah, basically.
and post it on TikTok.
Basically, yeah. Can you do a backflip?
Yeah.
You can.
No, I can do a front flip. I can't do a backflip.
Okay, well, that's pretty good, dude. How'd you learn how to do a front flip?
I was doing a handstand and I fell over forwards and realized I could do a front flip.
That's tight. So look how good this shot is.
Can you do a backflip?
No, not to my knowledge. Maybe if I had the right conditions, then yeah, but I wouldn't take the risk. I saw this one girl who did a backflip or a front flip or something. She paralyzed herself, and I don't want to be taking that risk. That's
How
a
long does it take to learn how to do a backflip?
like. I saw a class on how they teach people how to do it, and you can get it down within like an afternoon or so under the right conditions. They have like all kinds of padding, and you like learn in like a gymnastics setting. Zoot, are you seeing this, Zoot? Zoot, do you see the
I
score?
have hit my head.
Zoot, do
I
you?
have hit my head trying to backflip, so I'm scared of doing it.
I understand it's risky. Zoot, are you seeing? Do you see the score?
Fuck yeah, it's bad. I've beaten you like 200 to 0 before, so it doesn't matter. But this, I think you're gonna say, "Oh, this game's the only one that matters."
This game's the only one that matters, Zoot.
What's more important?
Zoo, what did you think of my kiss shot?
You think stand-up's dying?
No. It's plateaued a little bit, though.
Cost of living.
What does cost of living have to do with comedy? Usually.
No one's going out.
Oh, okay. That's an interesting take. I'll give you that.
I've been to venues where there used to be 100 people and there's 5 people coming.
It's just too expensive.
Yeah.
Zoo, did you see your miss just now? Zoo, did you see your ball lip out? Zoo, that's a miss. No doubt. Are you gonna hit the shot? The time's really ticking down, dog. Oh,
What's the time where you are?
8:22.
Rabbi, what do you think the best movie of the year will be?
Didn't they already decide that?
No, that's the last year.
Oh, maybe Michael.
I want to agree with you, but the problem is they're split it into 2 clubs.
I understand. But maybe it might be like, is Wicked 3 movies or 2?
2.
Okay, maybe it's like Wicked. Wicked did really well.
They already came out last year. Here's the issue with Michael is that I feel like everyone wants to see the second half of Michael Jackson movie.
I don't. I want to see them both, but I really like to see the first part.
Yeah, but I think the second half's more like interesting.
Okay. I think both are interesting. Zoo, look at this. Zoo, look at this shot. Zoo, do you think it's possible for you to win?
But like, you had a roller coaster. I think
Zoo, did you like that bank shot, son?
Right there. Rabbi,
What up, baby?
do you ever wonder why you exist?
Maybe.
Do you ever wonder why everything exists?
Maybe.
Sorry?
Maybe.
Why do you think everything exists?
Why not?
Sorry?
Why not? So, what are your thoughts on this shot? Oh, dog, that was terrible.
Nothing makes sense.
Right, dude.
I don't know. Do you get what I'm saying? The fact that I don't know and what exists and what doesn't, why we exist, doesn't make any sense to me.
Okay, well, did anyone tell you at the beginning of life that everything would make sense?
No, they told me at the beginning of life, you're born, then you die. It's like, what? That sucks. What's your biggest fear, Rabbi?
You not finishing this game?
Why is that?
Just make the shot, dog.
What is your biggest fear?
I don't really have one.
So you're not afraid of death?
Nope.
How did you get a blind shot?
I got a blind shot, but I scratched.
You got a blind shot, but you scratch?
Yeah, and I don't think you should get points for that. But okay, if they want to give them to me, I'll take them. So you could potentially make like a huge comeback on somebody by just keep on scratching. Like if it were you right now, you can't get 230 points with one shot, but if you kept scratching, you could get like 500 points. It's a good strategy. It's a hard one.
That's just a waste of time.
Well, not if you want to win, son.
Maybe I'll try it here. What the hell just happened?
Too hard, dog.
If I get the ball in, I lose. You get the ball in, I lose. There's a whole lot waiting for me. Yeah, said.
Is it, on your podcast you talked about music and being an actor?
Yeah. Did I?
Yep.
Why is that relevant?
You're the one who brought it up in your interview. Why did I just bring it up? Because you started singing, and it triggered in my memory that, oh yeah, Zoo talked about music. Zoo, are you ready to lose? This game's
Good.
over, son. It's over.
Do you know what song I was singing?
No.
Good News, Mac Miller.
Is that your favorite song of all time?
Yeah, sure, why not? It's not a bad song. It's from Circles, which is a post-Morphus album.
It's from a Post Malone album?
No, post-Morphus. After he died, he put out Circles. Which sucks, because he doesn't know. He didn't know. Like, imagine you dying before your album comes out and you don't even know what people think of the songs you put out.
Yeah, I mean, shit happens.
I feel like it's probably in a better place. So, I feel like he didn't. I feel like he was in a dark place. Now he's in a better place.
Is that how you feel?
I just got a request to do a fucking acting role.
Is it funny? Is it like a comedy role? What did they say? Yo, dog, if you're gonna be here and I ask you a question, you gotta answer it, or I'm not gonna want to fucking talk with you. Okay, what did you say?
Run on papers.
It's okay, but why wouldn't you do it anyway? Why?
It's boring.
What's boring about it?
Extra work stuff.
Why does it suck?
You just sit there for half an hour. So you just sit there for like all day, and if you're not getting paid.
Have you ever done any paid work?
Yep.
And how is that?
Not too bad. Anyway, I gotta go.
No, you don't, but that's fine.
No, dude, I was outside of my friend's house in high school. We were like having a get together, and I get sleepy when I'm drunk, and I didn't want to be a bummer on the party, so I went outside to sleep in my car. It was cold, so I turned it on. Next thing I know, knock knock.
Yeah, you got cold. Did you think when you were getting cold in your car, did you think about unraveling your eyebrows and using them as a security blanket? Let's talk about those for a second, because those are the two biggest bushes
It's like
I've
a
seen
rabbit,
come
you
out
know,
of
smell.
Texas. And that includes George and George W. Me and the guy from Texas laughed at that one. That's how you know. That's worth 1,000 points. So let's talk about those eyebrows. Do you do any upkeep on those, or is that just fucking raw dog up there? What's going on?
Yeah, I shaved down the middle.
Can you come a little bit closer to the camera? Can we get close up to those things? Because those are really. Can you raise them for us? Oh yeah, look at that.
How do they turn into butterflies?
Yeah, you got a couple little piss catchers up there from Boy Scouts. All right,
That's where I sew my merit badges, man.
love it, dude. What do people do? You know, I never was in the Cub Scouts. And I feel like when I was a little kid, I was sort of jealous of the kids that sort of had that like scout thing. But now, in retrospect, I'm sort of glad that I wasn't part of it. You were in it?
Yeah, I became an Eagle Scout.
Wow.
It's a lot of camping.
What, did you just do it for the free cookies?
No, because it was a lot of camping. It was a lot of fun, like canoeing and and shit like that. It's a lot of outdoor camping stuff.
Are you into any of that stuff now? Like, what would it take to get you in a canoe nowadays?
Oh, I love canoeing. If there was canoeing around here, I would definitely do it. But there's not really canoeing much around here. It's more like kayaking.
There are two things that we are doing, my friend, with this quarantine. You know what they are.
Well, in Ohio, it was
Rollerblading and canoeing.
Ohio,
Gravy boats aren't canoeing.
yeah, in Ohio, canoeing is a lot of fun because you would get dropped off at like the top of a river or whatever, and you just take a big cooler of alcohol and you just sat there and drank the whole
Yeah, it's like a
5 hours.
right?
Is that like a float trip? Yeah, a float trip, and then they would pick you up at the end. Out here, though, there's not really much. I've tried a little.
How hard did you try?
Dude, it's pretty. I mean, there's not
What's outside your door? You're out, you're like, nope. Oh no, that's fun. Yeah, no, it's true. It's weird. California, strangely, even though there are rivers, it's a weird place for things like that. I've been on this show. I once said it's weird. There's not a lot of great fishing around California, and I got destroyed on the internet for saying that because obviously everyone in America is like, the Pacific Ocean, but I wasn't really counting that. I'm talking about like rivers and lakes. Like they have lakes here that have just dried up. Like what's that one? The Salton Sea. Crazy. They just pretend like that's the sea. Then you drive by it and there's the desert. Yeah. Anyway. But yeah, there's whitewater rafting somewhere. Just a couple hours away. Oh, I love it. I've done. Oh, look at that.
And if you look, it's kayaking in the ocean. If you look, I said it was there's kayaking.
The guy from Germany likes white power rafting.
If you look at it, it's mostly kayaking. It's mostly in the ocean.
For those of you that are just listening to the podcast, the guys in the booth just brought up canoeing and kayaking in Los Angeles, and the map lit up like a coronavirus.
Yeah, but these aren't like the kind of canoe that like we do.
No, it's true.
Completely different.
It's true. In Ohio, where we're from, especially, if you take a trip down to southern Ohio or around West Virginia, which is extremely close, yep. Done the Cheat River in West Virginia. Incredible times.
Right now.
It is wild. It's wild times. Well, Connor Kokora, it was fun to meet you. Thanks for coming on. Everybody good? Anything else? There goes Connor Kokora. Thank you, Connor. Great to have you back on again. We'll see you in Texas. Connor _Kokora. K-O-K-O-R-A. All right, we got to keep flying through. Your next comedian, this young lady goes by the name of Shelby Gonzalez. Here's a little bit of music from the Cheltenham Band. And here, 60 seconds, uninterrupted, from Shelby Gonzalez.
Always down. Mascara running down my face and shit. But not so much a tearful, drunken recap of all my past traumas. I want the gaggage, but not baggage. Being a woman is tough. I'm tired of being empowered. I know I can do anything, but I don't want to. Oh, and rape. Everyone's getting raped now. Except me. Looks bridesmaid. I definitely have a type, though, when it comes to dating. In fact, I've had more nerdy white dudes in me than the convention center does during Comic-Con. So many mentally unstable white dudes have dumped rounds into me. They call me in elementary school.
These are good jokes.
Here it is. Shelby, that was awesome.
Thank you.
Where are you at?
Phoenix.
Awesome. We love Phoenix. That's great. Have you done stand-up comedy before?
Yeah, I've been doing it about about 2 years now this time around. I originally started about 5 or 6 years ago, and I quit for a little bit, but got back into it about 2 years ago.
Very cool. You had some funny jokes there. The past traumas thing, all that. The rape. One thing I love is that you talked about how women have all this freedom now and you don't want to do anything. And I found that while it wasn't necessarily the most like hoo hoo ha ha joke, I found it interesting because I don't ever hear women sort of taking that approach ever. Is that a longer joke normally that you have more beats to in a regular stand-up set, or just sort of a new idea or something that's just a one line?
Not really a longer joke. I mean, that's just kind of one of the ones that kind of stuck in there with the whole, women being empowered shit. Like, I still like having doors open for me,
Right.
I don't want to do everything myself.
Right, of course. Can you talk about past traumas? What are we talking about here? Let's talk about your
Family shit, growing up with an emotionally abusive mother that didn't care about me. That comes up a lot.
well, that makes 11 of us.
I actually had a real physically abusive mother. She used to pull guns on me and knives. And
Yeah. Well, now what do?
I do the same to my kids.
Pass it on. Wait, was that my mother? Telling Joel to just play the drums? Oh no, Joel, it's okay. Sit back down. Sit back. Oh, oh no, he's leaving. Oh, this is strange. This is going to be a very rare occurrence where Joel walks off. I wonder if he's perhaps doing a character change or something.
Need to use the manual.
Oh. So Shelby, other than an emotionally abusive mother, what else? Anything else interesting?
I make websites in my spare time. I've been doing that as kind of like a side gig for a couple years now. Was laid off from my job about a month ago because of all this grown-up shit.
What was that job?
I'm a POS systems analyst. Essentially, I help employees and franchisees of restaurant chains set up, install, and upgrade their point-of-sale software and equipment.
Yeah. You have a boyfriend there in Phoenix?
No.
Living the single quarantine life. What have you been doing to pass the time there all alone?
I've been watching a lot of 90 Day Fiancé.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I heard this.
Yeah, it is good. I actually caught up on quite a bit of that.
Start with the first season.
I was really surprised to learn how many other people are ashamed that they watch it, but are cool and not, the typical housewife mom kind of person that watches that. I'm really surprised I get to talk to other cool people about that show. How many other people actually watch it?
It is incredible. It's just a gif of a train wreck over and over and over again. These people that are just being used and they have no idea. It is absolutely awesome. I mean, you'll just see, you'll be flipping through the channels and you'll see just this voluptuous, big-breasted, ridiculous woman with her ass cheeks and tits hanging out. And then it'll cut to some guy who's with her that looks like the drawing of Joel from and it's weird when you're these two things do not belong together.
It's weird how some of them actually survived. You're like, how the fuck did this actually survive? The first season, that weird cross-night chick.
I'm not sure which season I'm caught up on. One of my favorite ones. Oh yeah, that guy's under control. Sure, but one of my favorite ones, there's actually two of them. One of them, the guy is with a beautiful Latina girl, and he's just a fucking whiny dork. I mean, just this, just don't know quite. Yeah, I don't know if I'm ever gonna get her to love me how I like her, and you don't realize, you just want to slap him and go, dude, you're a fucking bitch. Change your attitude, first of all. I mean, if you had some fucking swagger, you could be giving this girl a good time. Anyway, and then the other one, really my true favorite, is this. There's this one with she's a young, sort of, not really that young, I guess. She's actually, I would guess, probably early 30s, and she bags this 21-year-old Jamaican dude that literally is like, look, if you don't have sex with me 2-3 times a day, I'm gonna cheat. He says that like it's the top, and sure enough, it takes no time. I think he cheated on her like during their wedding or something like that, basically. Like, oh, the show's just unbelievable.
Yeah, it's just, I love it.
Something I hate is Love is Blind. Have you guys caught any of that? Oh, it's just dog shit. Oh, I hate it. I love it.
I watched a couple episodes of it, and there was that one woman, I think she's the one that's like universally hated on that show. I couldn't get past it. I wanted to keep watching, but I could not. I couldn't.
Yeah, Love is Blind is so fucked up that the women on that show look like the drawing of Joel. Anyway, Shelby.
I just want this to turn. I just want more table wine to start flowing. Be like, have you guys seen the newest episode of Real Housewives?
Oh, you have to, yeah. All of this stuff is on the background, and a lot of the current quarantining that I'm doing on this. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
A lot of
people like
a lot of lady shows. A lot of these shows with the women.
I watch a lot of Animal Crossing playthrough videos.
You do? Are you one of the Animals Crossing? All right, Shelby. Anything else crazy we should know about you? Any fun facts about Shelby? You have any special skills or talents you could show us? You seem like the kind of chick that knows how to like vape using your nostrils or something.
I'm really into computer shit. Like I said, I do website building on the side. I'm about to graduate with my associate's degree in computer programming in May, so super psyched about that.
Are you bummed that you won't be able to do a ceremony?
Oh, dude, I was so bummed about that. I've been talking off with Luke for years trying to get this fucking degree, and I found out I couldn't leave for long. Yeah, it was great.
I feel like they'll probably redo it, after a couple months.
I'm thinking so too, but I've been waiting for so long to pack up there, and gonna reschedule it kind of bummed me out.
I see you have tattoos on you. Do you like all of your tattoos, or is there any that you regret or anything like that anywhere?
No, it's really. I think all my tattoos are pretty good.
Is that pizza? Is that pizza?
Oh my goodness, is that a gremlin behind you?
That's my Herbie.
Herbie.
Oh.
My Herbie's below my waistline. And in between my legs.
Well, Shelby, thank you so much for coming on the show. Awesome jokes, awesome style. Keep writing. Keep doing it. Extend out that don't want your freedom women thing. You could have a real your own voice, sort of, as I feel like as a female comedian, if you use that not only as a joke, but sort of like as an outline of yourself. You sort of take a different approach than, so many women.
Also watch Ali Wong's special. Their opening joke is all that.
Oh, really?
Make sure you don't do the same.
Proof Tony Hinchcliffe's never watched an Ali Wong special once and for all. Wrong right here live, I know. Two Wongs don't make a right. Okay, here goes Shelby Gonzalez. She's on Instagram at Shelbsterina. Sheoesteria. And with no further ado, ladies and gentlemen, comes my favorite part of the night. Every single week, this guy boggles my mind. I absolutely love him. Everybody knows it. He is the reigning, defending Kill Tony champion of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you super regular Michael Lear, everybody. Here's Michael, everyone.
Hey, roses are red, violets are blue. If I turn blue, call 911. Oh, blue horse, blue shoe. Yeah, they fucked me.
Mary, Mary, quite contrary, I fuck that the pussy. You got bitch. Put these in your pocket and help me with my jacket. Little Bo Peep lost her sheep. Tonight she's disease. Now to pay the bill, Bo Peep gets down on her knees. Oh, Mother Hubbard went to the cupboard to get her boyfriend his pillows, but she liked the taste. So the pills went to waste, and now Michael is dead. Little Jack Horner sat in the corner 'cause his legs don't work. Then he spent all his money on one strip clubs watching big black asses twerk. Ow! Mary had a little lamb and a slight case of downs. She had the strength of 100 men in trouble keeping all the pounds. Ow!
Heck yeah, beautiful. A surprise performance by the great injured Dice Clay. He was on the show a few weeks ago. He's back. How are you, sir?
I got a fan there like Austin Yosemite. I'm like, what's Vicky? They're like, it's energy healing, like no touch. Fuck you, Vicky. I want the touch healing. They're doing the no touch, but the humming like they're coming with the Vicky. Fuck you and your fucking Ricky.
Hell yeah, absolutely. Did you try it at all? Because it might work.
Have you tried Ricky, Tony?
No, I haven't. I tried a guy named Ricky once. I gave him Mac Kool-Aids.
Yeah, I and Ricky Martin live my crazy life.
You are living La Vida Loco over there. Wow. So,
What's
La
that?
Vida Loco. Living La Vida Loco. Wait, what?
Hey, thanks again for the text you gave me yesterday. When things get back to normal, you can try my chair.
Yeah. I know it's been wanting to. It looks like Mario Kart for real.
It seems fun, actually.
Riding in his chair? Yeah.
Motorized chair.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, I was a comedian before I was sick. Of course I got the funniest chair you dummy.
Absolutely. That's why he's wearing a shirt that says Dice on it, because both of those things get rolled regularly.
Yeah, baby.
Look at all the photos of Kill Tony he has on the wall.
Oh, look at that. You do have a little cool spread of Kill Tony pics back there. Is that your normal setup?
Oh, yeah. If you haven't noticed, I'm disabled. I don't have a job. Every moment of wait, I work on your fucking show.
Oh my god, I love that so much. I love that so much.
Yeah, but let me get these are my LA and Buffalo show posters that Colette, my nurse/girlfriend, printed out at the Target, and they mail them. It's real cool that that Spartan one's up there.
And he paintings of me.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, baby. I'll raise your kid.
I love that, man. I love it. That's a great backdrop. So what else has been going on? What else has been going on this week at the quarantine for you, Michael?
I did almost get into a fight last night. Maybe a stabbing, maybe a shoot.
Oh, tell us more. I gotta know about that.
Yeah. Well, you know how I posted about my troubles with smoking weed on my balcony?
Yes. Yeah, I know all about that.
Yeah, so I'm in a plague, and I'm not compromised, but obviously I've had better days. So now I have to go up outside and smoke weed, right? And I'm posting up out front of my apartment. And if you don't know this about me, I'm gonna die on my sword. No one can front on me, I'm not chill. I'm not a bitch. No one can play me.
You're goddamn right.
Anyway,
Yep.
yeah, so I'm sitting out there in my wheelchair, nighttime, glasses, mask, gloves, and this guy comes up and he goes, "Hey man, can you let me inside?" And I'm like, "Bro, you know I can't do that. I have a responsibility to the other tenants." And then he got real mad. He was reading a French, and then under his breath, he started calling me a bitch. And I was in the mood, and I like to talk shit. Most of the time, people don't do anything. So I go, "I'm not a bitch, take that back. I'm protecting the other tenants, take that back." And he goes, "Yeah, man, you better shut up, man." And he was reaching around in his grave. He's like, "You better relax." I'm like, "I can't walk. All I do is relax. Take that. I'm not a bitch." And it got heated, and we had that really, like, alpha eye contact. And it was exhilarating. I'm like, that shit ain't got nothing on Six Flags, baby.
God, I love that. That's like an episode of Game of Thrones, because in the end, the guy in the wheelchair won it all.
Exactly, man. I'm the brown-eyed raven. I'm maybe the pink-eyed raven, and when I get to rule with all these seagulls.
Holy shit. I love it. Is that a new neck brace you have? I just noticed when you turned your head a bunch of different directions that you have a new neck brace on.
You know, in today's state, got like 12 neck braces. I got the baker's dozen of them.
I love that. Where do you get them from?
Amazon. What else, man? Look at small business. Yo, all these small businesses, oh man, business grandmas and uncles. Fuck yourself. Amazon, baby.
I love that take. I love that approach. Fuck all the small businesses. Let's monopolize everything. I think we should all have cafeteria-style meals here in America. Unified meals, unified healthcare, unified everything. Let's just have the government pay for everything and wonder how it gets paid.
But check out Michael's website.
Yeah. No,
100%. And go down the rabbit hole of my brain. And several years of my brain on independence.
Ooh, that's exciting. What a twist. What year? What?
Guess what bits were written on this sentence?
I love that. My goodness gracious. That's an exciting game. I'd like to play that. Looking forward to it.
fits.
Well, sure. Love it. Well, anything else? Anything else crazy we should talk about, Michael?
Well, I feel like we're coming to the end of the play, and I feel like sooner than later we're gonna be back, and it's gonna be like this shit never happened. My son's gonna be back in LA, and we're gonna be at the comedy store, and it's gonna feel new again. And I've been engineering a way for me to perform downstage where every comic performs. I no longer will be on the bandstand. I will be a real comic, a normal boy, and I will perform downstage on the main room I hate of the comedy store.
Absolutely. And that's an interesting thing. I don't think a lot of people know about is that there's stairs that surround the main room stage, even though technically the main room is on the first floor, the regular level, street level of Sunset Boulevard. There's a lot of single stairs and double stairs and triple stairs to get up to the back of the stage and on the stage and then even lower on the stage. And there's two offset, unbalanced stairs to get down from where you normally perform down on the red part of the main stage. And well, before you told me that you like performing up there, if you want to come down to the red level, of course, we would love to have you. How are you going to do it? Suicide dive?
I'll keep it a surprise.
Absolutely, dude. If you get up out of that wheelchair and start walking, we're going to lose our minds, dude.
I want to say something. No, that's not going to happen. What I'm gonna say is in reference to stupid fucking comments like that I get all the time.
Yeah.
People like, why don't they carry him off? What pussies, Hollywood, we all pussies, they let him. Here's the thing, you don't know shit about my disease, what it does, all that. So shut the fuck up. All I do is solve problems. I solved another problem. I will never do a sin on that bandstand again. I'll be done shit rocking the motherfucking crowd.
You're goddamn fucking right, and I cannot wait. Projections are looking like perhaps as early as June or July, we could be back in business. My guess is we're going to be right where we left off, big packed, sold out audiences, high energy, and hopefully business will be booming soon. So I'll be looking forward to that. Michael, we absolutely love you. You are undeniably one of the greatest performers to ever be on this show. Every single week you blow our minds. You're a goddamn inspiration and, of course, an American hero.
I love you guys and you and all the listeners and all the people I talk to are truly the best medicine I can.
We love you, Michael. The great Michael Lair, everybody. We fucking love you, pal. We'll see you next week. There goes Michael. MichaelLairComedy.com is his website. @SteveMartian69 is his Twitter, and @MichaelLairComedy on Instagram is his Instagram handle. But before we go, even though he is basically completely unfollowable, we always give one last stranger a chance. Pre-selected by the Better Box team here, Anthony Gage. Let's see, our final comedian of the night. Looks like his name is Joshua Bergman. Here he is, Joshua Bergman.
There you go, Don. So mine was British. My Tinder profile would be, my name is Winsome and I like to go for long waits on the beach. it turns out those people protesting 5G were Brian after. 5G does transmit cancer because it transmits to it. So I lived in Japan for 10 years, married to a Japanese lady. Got 3 kids. Can I say Japanese like wrong? How come we never got bidets over here? Fancy bidets in Japan. We need to bring that over here. I think it's the marketing. Bidet sounds so French, so soft. And then like the pooper blaster. It's so crazy.
There you go, a minute from Joshua Bergman.
What up, Quick Scope?
Hi, Joshua. How are
Hello,
you, man?
Tug Sameak.
How are you?
I'm doing okay. I just had Passover dinner. How about yourself?
Same. How was your meeting on Monday?
It went alright. It was with Intro to Judaism, so it was Reform, actually. But I did get more information on what I would be dealing with going further. And I did find out that I'll be able to talk to that Orthodox rabbi like right after Passover's over. So like probably after the Shabbat, I'll be able to speak to him about that.
Excellent. Do you have a meeting set up?
No, not yet.
Okay. Well, yeah, after Sunday, essentially. I mean, next week is what we call Chol HaMoed, which he may not. Usually, with rabbis, you want to keep it after Pesach. Basically, we have a period called the Omer that starts tomorrow, and it's like 49 days until our next holiday, Shavuot. So basically, from like next, you want to keep basically the next week. He's probably not going to want to meet with you, but then there's a pretty good time of like 40 days essentially where his schedule will probably be more open. And then after that,
Right.
which is like mid-May, from like mid-May to the fall, his schedule is going to be quite open. So you're coming on like a really busy time within Orthodoxy, but after next week
Yeah.
or so, you should be able to see some clarity.
Okay. Well, that's good.
Definitely.
I'm looking forward to it.
So I would, if I were you, just look to contact him maybe early next week. He'll probably say wait till after Passover's over, which will be the following week, and then probably be able to get some kind of meeting with him then. Uh, what did the rabbi
Yeah.
on Monday say?
Well, I actually didn't meet with a rabbi this Monday. It was just somebody with the like. Are you familiar with the Intro to Judaism class?
Not within the Reform community, not at all.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. So I just met with some like lady who kind of represents that whole thing, and she basically all it was she was able to just give me the rundown on how the Intro to Judaism class goes, on the tuition, on like the next meeting date, like which that's going to be in May.
Yeah,
But I'm really thinking I'm probably not going to end up going with the ITJ with the Intro to Judaism as much as I'll be following up with this Orthodox rabbi. So
yeah.
that's my plan.
It's already red flags when they want to charge tuition. It's a money making system. Usually within the Orthodox community, you'll have to pay money, but it's to the shul. It's not for a class.
Yeah, which honestly I like that.
We usually
That's
don't
better.
we don't charge for any classes. They're all free, so long for members of the shul. Now it's going to be more expensive,
Yeah.
but yeah. So I don't. I really have done my best for most of my life, or my entire life, to avoid any type of conservative or reform ideas, any of their synagogues. So I'm not familiar with what kind of system that they have, but at least within the Orthodox community, What will probably happen is you can contact the rabbi. Whether he wants to respond, that's up to him. That's his prerogative. Um,
Of
and
course.
uh, he may. I mean, a lot of rabbis. You got to imagine we are, at least within Judaism, we're like 2% of the United States population, and of that 2%, Orthodoxy is 0.2% of that. And we get inundated every
Yeah.
single day with people who, hey, Judaism speaks to me. Hey, I've got a girlfriend who is Jewish and I want to be Jewish. Hey, I've got a boyfriend who's Jewish, wants to be Jewish. Hey, I'm not happy with my life in the world. All kinds of things like that. So and if he's running a small community, they may not even have conversions. Uh, and so if I
Yeah.
if I were you, and what I advise people is don't get frustrated. Continue. If a rabbi uh, basically doesn't respond, that doesn't mean anything personal. It chances are you won't get a response. We do not proselytize, and we don't. We're quite quite uh, I would say, at least for the most part, some shuls are different, but focused on ourselves and not focused really on the outside world. If you are someone
Yeah.
who wants to um, join the Orthodox community, then recognize that moving is probably what you may be advised to do if your uh,
Oh,
community does not have a uh, basically a local based in that does conversions, a local house of judgment. And even still, there's a caveat on this. You want to check the other congregations as well and the reputation of the based in, because what can happen, and this does happen, is you may find a rabbi, and it happens, a rabbi themselves, we cannot convert an individual, but we can get three Shomer Shabbat individuals to sit for a based in for a price tag and have a conversion. Will that conversion be
right.
recognized? It depends on the rabbi, it depends on the community. So what I'm saying is do your due diligence. If you feel comfortable with the rabbi of the community, um, and you recognize that it's a based in that is seen in high regard, then that's one thing. But usually that's only going to be in a big city. Your big based in uh, are, well, at least Los Angeles. It's the Rabbinical Council of California. It's located in the Mid Wilshire area of downtown Los Angeles. And that's the gold standard. There are other uh, based in, but they're not recognized. Meaning, you might not be able to move to Israel even if you're converted under certain based in. Um, and then you've got certainly Brooklyn, the New York area, New Jersey area, um, and then from there, you've got Chicago, which is uh, pretty well known. Um, Miami.
Yeah, I've actually been thinking a lot about Chicago because
Okay,
I've got family in Illinois.
okay. How far is it approximately?
Oh, it's a little closer to like the St. Louis, like Missouri border, but I mean, I could make it to Chicago, like if I needed to.
What I'm saying is it like a 3 hour drive from where you are, or is it like a 10 hour drive?
Uh, oh, it's definitely closer to a 10 hour, but there are some stipulations in my life right now that might end up causing me to end up moving to Illinois.
Okay, well, um, the Chicago Rabbinical Council (CRC) is very highly respected, and so that would probably be your best bet. Um, if you said that you're in their program, I'd let you in my shul. Not just, but I mean, if you converted through them, and my colleagues would as well. If you said, "Hey, it's uh, it's Rabbi Goldstein's shul, and he lives in Paducah, Kentucky," Okay, we're gonna have to do some research. I'm gonna have to make some calls, and perhaps you still not may not be recognized. It's very political, but the Chicago Rabbinical
Oh,
Council, that's an excellent option, and would be recognized basically globally. It's essentially arguably the third most uh, recognized based in the United States. So that's a good one. If you could do that, that's great. I know you said perhaps St. Louis, or you mentioned something about St. Louis. St. Louis could work,
yeah,
depending, but Chicago is probably is probably preferable. But you know, uh, I've told this to individuals. I get people who come in here and they're like, I want you to make me Jewish. I can't. I'd love to. I wish I could wave a fairy wand. That's just not how it works. Generally,
yeah,
I um, just tell people the process, and the basic process is to locate your local Orthodox rabbi, your local Orthodox shul. Reach out to them. I get some people who say, Rabbi, I sent an email and I didn't get anything back. Okay, what's stopping you from sending another email? Okay, so they'll send another email. Okay, nothing. And then I say, maybe that shul, maybe went to spam. Maybe that rabbi's dead, and it's just an old website. Did you call? Did you, like basically, I'm not going to push you to become a Jew. If you want it, you will figure it out. And don't forget that. Like,
exactly.
I can't do it for you, but like basically, I get people who are like, okay, now what? I did this step. Oh, this is so hard. It's like we don't want you. We only want the best of the best. And
Yep.
if people want to feel like it's too much work, okay, then convert. Perhaps if you want uh, a religion, go convert somewhere else. But for those people who are heartfelt and righteous, then the process is you do what you can to connect with the local synagogue. I would not visit the synagogue though. That's one thing. Security is very tight on most on most shuls,
Oh,
and you don't want to um, be an unexpected visitor. So, um, and I have,
yeah, I already know. At least with the Reform synagogue that I do go to occasionally, just for like Shabbat and stuff like that. I actually have to register before I even go to like just a Shabbat night service or anything like that because their security is so tight.
I thought you were going to Chabad.
Oh yeah, I go. I'm not gonna lie, dude. So this last weekend, this last Shabbat, I ended up going to three different congregations, all within like just Shabbat. Like, so I went to one Reform congregation just for the night service, like to have. They actually did have a kiddush um, at night, so it was like a Friday night. You know what I mean?
Sure.
But that next morning, I went to my Chabad congregation and had kiddush there. And then later on, I actually did my first Havdalah. I did my first Havdalah at a Reconstructionist congregation. So all within the same Shabbat.
Okay. Did they make you register?
They only did at the Reform one. But I mean, the thing is the Reform one that I go to, it's a very, very large congregation. Like, it's actually where the majority of Jews in my city go.
Okay. So you you've already got some connections. I would really, if you already know some people within the Chabad community, you can say to them, I understand that Chabad generally does not perform conversions and does not have based in that um, of essentially will convert me. However, you all know people and you see I'm heartfelt. Do you have any suggestions of where I can go? There's nothing wrong with saying that. And they might
Yeah,
be able to say, oh, yeah, we know Rabbi so and so. Just send them an email, put in you can CC me, and that'll get you in a lot better or perhaps more efficiently than just knocking on doors, essentially. But um, at least within the Orthodox community, it's great that you're trying. One thing we do not promote is what's called shul shopping. basically going to different shuls. Once you're in an Orthodox congregation, um, at least when it comes to answers for halakha or Jewish law, kind of stick with your whatever your rabbi says. But that's down the line. But yeah, just go to your ask the people at the Chabad, and they'll give you specific answers, and they'll know the local rabbis who uh, do perhaps perform conversions, and if they get asked this question every single day. I know how much I get asked it, and I know that they get asked it, and I know how much my shuls get asked it. Um, they're going to have a process that basically they say, hey, meet with Rabbi so and so. Or they may say, we are a small community, and basically you may need to move to a bigger city. But I wouldn't, I wouldn't mess around too much with the. I mean, I'm an Orthodox individual, so I am certainly biased, but the the idea um, of the reform community, just especially if they're asking you for money, it's a little off-putting.
It definitely did feel off-putting to me when, in comparison to that, the experience that I've had with Chabad, it's been that they allow anybody to come to Shabbat service, obviously, but they have kind of, it feels like they're testing me in a good way. Like it feels like they're kind of trying to see how real I am, and in that way, I've just been trying to be as patient, as dedicated, and like as ready for whatever comes my way as possible, you know. And with that being said, I've actually recently had the rabbi at the Chabad congregation I've gone to. He actually offered me a job not too long ago doing landscaping. So it's like that relationship is at least seeming pretty good. And then on top of that, I've even communicated to his wife that my mother's not Jewish, and she was very accepting about that. Actually, I was very surprised because I've had other Chabad rabbis pretty much shut me down as soon as I mentioned that fact. So it seems like I've found a good spot there. But yeah, I hear what you're saying when it comes to the base din and things like that. And I wanted to ask you, what is your opinion on the base din of Denver, Colorado?
It's a medium-sized community, but I think that it's pretty well recognized. So if you're talking about the if you're talking about the three rabbis who currently sit on their base, then I don't know them personally, but I know overall the Denver community is a respected community, and if you could get into that community, perhaps for a conversion, I think that it would be seen in definitely a much more fair light because it is um, recognized globally. You just want to avoid small
Oh, okay.
town,
Yeah.
or even like it doesn't have to be small town. I know rabbis in Beverly Hills who will convert you for $5,000 or convert your spouse for $5,000, and you don't want to get into that because then we're having to make calls and we're having to see what kind of devotion the person had, what kind of righteous path they had, and we find out that 3 weeks ago they were some other religion, and then they met this boy or met this girl or whatever. You want to stay away from those kinds of situations, but. The Base Din of Denver, I think, is highly respected.
Yeah.
In my opinion, it's highly respected, and if you can connect with them, I think it's an excellent option.
Okay, that's good to hear. And actually, I have spoken to them. I've spoken to someone at the Denver based in, and what their recommendation for me was to just continue going to Shabbat, and observing that way through the Chabad community that I've been going to, and that will at least open those doors up.
That's exactly right. I mean, that's what I'm saying as well. Those doors are open to those who want to walk through them. And if that rabbi who offered you the
Okay.
landscaping position, why didn't you take it?
Oh, I already did.
Okay, so you're working as a landscaper at the local Chabad.
I'm gonna be pretty
Okay,
soon here.
that's great.
I'm waiting. I'm waiting for him to be through with all the responsibilities of Pesach. this year, and then
Excellent.
he said he would contact me after that.
Excellent. And then once he sees your work ethic and how interested you are, then you know you can certainly make a uh, expression of your intentions to convert and what you've done and um, how your heart felt, and he will say, "That's great. We don't do conversions. You continue to work here, continue to do everything as essentially a righteous Gentile as much as possible. Live by the seven Noahide laws. That'll be very important to him, and to the community.
Yeah.
And then you find the Beis Din. You'll meet with the Av of the Beis Din, that the head of the Beis Din. You will perhaps be with them for 6 months to a year. They'll just want you to start to move to a community, um, your work hours. Um, there's, as I've said previously, though, um, they're gonna want a respectable parnasa, a respectable career for you. And so maybe you tell them, hey, I want to go back to
Yeah.
school, or hey, I want to get the certificate, or hey, I want to do something. But because once you convert, they want to make sure that you're able to afford it. Being an Orthodox Jew is expensive. You need to keep kosher.
Oh
You've
yeah.
got shul dues. You're going to have perhaps yeshiva tuition and day school or whatever it may be.
Oh yeah.
And so just keep in mind they may say, we want you to be in a position where you can afford this, and then after that usually you will get a syllabus, and then it's another 6 months to a year or so, and then there'll be some testing, nothing too intense. They may um, have you work what's called chavrusa, which is like paired learning with someone. You may be given a guide to the way of orthodoxy, and then basically once you have passed their requirements for whatever their community is, they'll set you up with a Brit Milah date, basically a bris date, and since you're already circumcised, it'll just be a prick of blood from the tip of your penis, basically your foreskin, what
Yeah.
remains, and then from there you'll have a mikveh date, and then you'll be seen as a Jew in the eyes of the community and be free to make your own decisions the way that you want. They're going to want you to stay in the community. That's pretty important usually. You don't want to just convert and leave,
Oh yeah.
but you'll have made friends
Right.
there. They will have invited you into their homes. You're going to have learned with them. You're going to attend classes with them. Chumash class, meaning uh, like Tanakh class, and Gemara class, meaning uh, Talmud class.
Oh nice.
You may start to take Hebrew classes. So at least in the communities where I've um, seen converts uh, eventually take the journey. It it's like a four. It's like shul every day, usually, depending. Some places are stricter than others,
Nice.
um, but that means you're gonna have to be at shul by like 6:15 every day, and
I could
depending.
do that. I'm not gonna lie. If it was up to me, like right now, I would already be attending shul like every day at 6:15. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know, but give it 6 months and it wears on you. And
Right. Right.
then you go do your job or whatever, and then depending on where you are in the world and uh, your community, it's either going to mean coming back to shul for lunch, um, or perhaps mincha and marav will be at night in your community. So you're going to have to be, that's just shul. Then you've got classes on top of that, which are usually led by the rabbi or some other lecturer within the community, and that's going to be another maybe 3 days a week. So usually there's
Yeah, and I will say, in the classes that I already do attend, I just at Shabbat, which are obviously not as intensive as the classes you're speaking of, I do make sure to be very attentive, to be very participative too. You know what I mean?
Okay. I mean that's good. I'm not saying that it's not good. Um, that's great. So the big thing that they're going to want from you is have you moved to our community? That's the big thing. The sooner you can get that done, the better. Whatever, whether it's Denver, whether it's Chicago, or wherever, you're not going to be seen as someone who is really heartfelt in what you're doing and won't be fully welcomed in the community, of course, until you convert, but um, until they know you're not driving on Shabbat, until they know that you are spending the day in their homes, like, and they actually can see how you act, how you behave. I've seen many converts for different reasons, and you know the ones that are living in the community, and you know the ones who just maybe got an apartment there for the weekend or whatever it may be. And there are eyes everywhere. The Orthodox eye is everywhere. And I've known of situations where you may have had an individual is converting, and perhaps there was an element of their righteousness that was questioned, and their tutor, their called the base din on them and basically said, "Hey, this person is not living the way that I would expect a ger tzaddik, a righteous Gentile, to be living, a potential convert," and their process was extended. Well, they could just kick you out of the program as well. So just know, like, when you're gonna do it, you want to do it all the way. And if you need anything, I'm here for
Okay.
you. Okay.
Dude, that means a lot to me. And you know what I really appreciate about all this, about this different road compared to the reform road, is that I feel like there's something fake about the way that reform conversion even works. The reason I say that is because conform Jews, or conform, I'm sorry, reform Jews, they already see me as Jewish because of my patrilineal lineage, right? The thing is that just feels fake in a way. I mean, it is a good thing on what I would want, but when I think about the fact that they would still want me to pay tuition for a course to, do all this stuff when I have actually asked someone who's very high up within the reform world, I've asked them, very specifically with the lineage that I do have, and very specifically described it to her. She said, yeah, they'll already consider you as Jewish, but, I don't have a Jewish mother. So these are things that I'm starting to see now and form opinions on. And yeah, I think there's something more genuine about putting your all in and actually being concerned about living the right way for Hashem. I see that as more important than just having status among reform communities and things like that.
I understand what you're saying. I have no qualms with what you're saying. I don't consider what they practice to be Judaism. It's something different. It was a breakaway movement, essentially 210 years ago. Um,
Yeah.
so, I mean, but that isn't to say that I don't consider some of their members to be Jews, but not all of them, and I don't recognize their conversion. So that's why I just do my best to stay as far away from that as possible. In your case, what the
Understandable.
based in of Denver said is excellent advice. Build the relationship with the Chabad rabbi as best you can. Um, Take that job, work every day like it's your last. Do a really good job. They'll see your work ethic. Uh, but the big question for me, just as an individual, but also as a rabbinic leader, where are you going to be 10 years down the road, 20 years down the road? It's very expensive. So in the back of your mind, you have to be saying, I don't want to be continuing to be a landscaper for my whole life. I either want to have my own landscaping business, or I want to get a degree in technology, or I want to be a professor, whatever it is. And like, and you may say, I don't know what I want or whatever. That's fine. But uh, when you're looking at what the base din is going to be looking at, they're going to say, is this person going to be able to pay day school's tuition? Now, that tuition you will have to pay. And what if you have 5 kids or whatever it may be? God willing, they want to make sure that you have the ability uh, to support a family. And also, I mean, imagine
Yeah.
their perspective. They have some daughter who's looking for a man. She likes you, but you're a pauper, basically. Like, you're not what they feel is going to give her a good life. You don't want that. You want to be able to say to that based in its professional a manner, this is my current career, and I'm working towards this other career, and here's my plan. If I hear that, great. Then that's what you would want to hear as well if the shoe were on the other foot. Correct?
Yeah.
Exactly. So, but the I'm not putting down landscaping by any means. I think that it's an excellent opportunity to get into uh, the community. That's great. And
Yeah, and I would say my current job is it's decent, and it's one of those jobs that if you put enough effort into, you will be sustained pretty well. So what I'm kind of thinking is, for the meantime, I will just be doing 2 different jobs, until I'm gonna have to start committing more to learning and things like that, where I'll just have to figure something out.
there's nothing wrong with
So yeah.
that. There's nothing wrong with that. So do whatever you're doing and do the landscaping. But the question that I have for you is, what do you want to be doing in 15 years?
Well, you know what? This is one thing that I heard from a separate Chabad rabbi, and actually the first person that I ever, met when it came to doing a Shabbat service with Chabad. Right? This rabbi, he was probably much more sincere with me than I even probably deserved at the time. Because the thing is I thought everything within Judaism was a cakewalk. I didn't understand it because I have lived my whole life secular in that regard. You know what I mean? Um, so when I came to that congregation, I did the how do you say the morning service? It's like
Chakras,
Sakrit or something like that.
chakras, or
Yeah,
chakra?
so I,
Yeah.
I did that. Yeah, so I did that with them, and I had Kiddush with them. And at the end of the Kiddush, the rabbi pulled me aside with 2 other witnesses, and he said to me that he believes that I have some connection to Hashem, that I should pursue it, but that he's not going to convert me today. He's not going to convert me in general, and that I should definitely look at Chabad.com or .org and look at the Noahide laws and things like that, right? But what he said to me at the end of that was that he could still see me within some amount of years from today, that he could see me with a long beard, with long payas, in Israel, in Jerusalem. I think he specifically said in Jerusalem, and that he could see me being a rabbi. So I think that was profound, specifically that he said that, but at the same time, I hear exactly what you're saying in that it is a process. It is important. It's not just like it's really so much different than a lot of people treat it, where it's just some induction thing. Like when Moshe crossed the Red Sea, it was not like a job application. It was a very, very serious thing. It was probably something that would make most people fall dead from sheer fear. So
Okay.
that's that's where I stand with
Hey,
that.
and there's nothing wrong with that. I understand. So, aside from rabbi, though, because a lot of rabbis have multiple jobs. I mean, I'm a certified project management professional. My rabbinical colleagues, many of them are lawyers or accountants or certified financial planners. Some are congregational rabbis as well, where they get paid from the shul. But aside from that, 15 years from now, if no rabbinical route, I mean, you can do both. So that there's nothing wrong with that. But what do you want to be from a secular career if you didn't have the opportunity to be a rabbi, or you needed to be a rabbi and have a secular career to help support yourself?
I'm thinking either something like coding, for example, or maybe something like sound engineering, or I actually know a lot about the second.
What did you? Okay, so coding isn't really a position anymore with AI, so I would move away from that. I'm not putting down
Okay.
coders of the past, but the best coder in the world right now isn't as good as AI on its worst day. So, what kind of engineer did you
Right.
say? Because engineer is great. What did you say?
Oh, well, the type of engineering I'm talking about is a little less practical, but it's audio engineering.
Okay, that works. I've known at least people within Chabad who own their own audio studios, or and they're not like millionaires by any means, but they eventually went to law school and some other things. But that's something. Okay, audio engineering can be something. That's something. So when you go to the base, then you can say, I'm doing landscaping at Chabad, and I am doing a my other job as well. I may have proclivities someday to be a rabbi, just like you all. But additionally, I have a goal in mind to perhaps be an audio engineer. Okay, great. There's nothing wrong. I mean, I don't want to say there's nothing wrong with it. Those are great goals. That's more than you've previously said. So basically, vocalizing these things is really important as an individual. Um, so what
Right.
what would I advise? You I know you drive a lot, so listen to podcasts regarding audio engineering and what it takes to get that. Don't go into debt over a degree or something like that. I'm sure you can get some kind of audio engineer certificate, um, but something so that because there are a lot of rabbis out there who are poor, and they're poor and they have to rely on the government, and their children are poor. You don't want that kind of life. You want to have something that supports you as well. It's just like basically having a backup plan. So the rabbinical route is great. Um, I mean, it's something that's extremely rewarding, and but you should also recognize that a lot of rabbis have multiple positions or multiple jobs. We, no pun intended, wear different hats. An audio engineer would be a great one. So I would, if I were you, and it gives the based in an idea that like, hey, we're not going to have to support this guy. Uh, if anything, we're going to want him to be within our community. He may one day have the opportunity to go to yeshiva or study under a rabbi to become a rabbi. But on top of that, he's not going to be just looking for handouts, and neither is his family. He's got a job as an audio engineer. He's working at a radio station, or he is a podcast producer, whatever it is that is of interest to you. Um, that's basically another way for you to be able to provide for yourself and provide for your family. And again, I would just say if you had the shoe on the other foot and you were sitting across the table from a young person and they said, I do these jobs right now, I'm working with the Chabad, I have changed my life, I've changed the way that I eat, I changed the way that I interact with individuals, especially women, I have taken these steps, I've moved to the community, I walk to shul, I have taken these classes, and I have a goal to eventually become X, Y, and Z. You don't have to do that beforehand, but there's just to have the goal. But then in addition, there's nothing wrong by saying, and I think that someday I may be inclined to perhaps go the rabbinical route. That's a beautiful story. That's a beautiful story. I want you to have a beautiful story that you can tell the Beis Din, and you're sharing that,
Right.
and so that's great. And
Thank you.
absolutely,
Appreciate
and
it.
you should also tell the Chabad rabbi. He has connections. You never know. He knows people. You shouldn't be.
Yeah, and I mean, he knows about my job. I've had conversations with him about things like this. So, like there's that personal level there.
Excellent. Okay. Well, then, with that, do you have any other things you'd like to discuss?
I mean, I can't really think of too much related to all that. I'll leave it off with this when it comes to this discussion. I do, yeah, I do see, um, this process isn't what a lot of other religions do, and I think that's for a good reason, right? Because if not, what is important is the fact that some of these things are kodesh, that they're set apart, right? And within that, I think I think putting in that effort is going to be worth it in the long term, you know. So I'm up for it. And another thing too, I've found that any time that I've come to this world of like specifically the Orthodox world, come to it, with this idea of, oh, I'm gonna have this expectation, and it doesn't go that way. Sure, I feel the initial frustration with it. Sure, it's not ideal for me, right? But what I do get from that every single time is more determination to keep working harder.
There you
You
go.
know,
There you go.
so that's kind of all I've got there. But I did actually just have a question that's completely unrelated, just out of curiosity, like with specifically like what you do.
Sure.
Just because I find it kind of fascinating. I'm not gonna lie.
What do I do?
Well, not that. That's not the question. What I'm curious about is, so how many other, like, is it even very common even, for other Chabad rabbis to do things like use a platform like this, or like live stream or things like that? Because that's really interesting to me
Absolutely.
personally.
Certainly.
Um,
Chabad's a little different. I mean, I'm certainly a member of a Chabad congregation, but I generally consider myself very modern Orthodox as well, and I'm a member of modern Orthodox shuls as well. So there are three that are near and dear to my heart. There's Chabad of Sherman Oaks, and then there are two modern Orthodox synagogues, shuls within Irvine that I care about a lot. Um, in terms of the live stream, I was never a live streamer. Didn't do social media, nothing like that. My life was, uh, I was an accountant for some years. I would go to
okay.
shul early in the day, 6:15 or whatever for minyan. Get off about, be done about 7:30 or so. Get on the 405 freeway to work. Worked as an accountant, but also had a tech background as well, and then eventually got a certification as a uh, project management professional. I launched apps on the App Store and Google Play uh, that were very successful, that have allowed me some financial independence. Um, signed
Oh, that's cool.
signed some big spokespeople for to basically endorse the apps. I then worked contracting for major Fortune 500 or Fortune 100 companies, um, and basically as a project manager, also a Scrum Master, um, uh, managing teams overseas, specifically in APAC, Asia Pacific islands, additionally Australia, Oceania. EMEA, which is Europe, Middle East, and Africa. So I launched some projects in Israel for Fortune 100 companies. Um, Also, Latin America, North America, specifically with some Canadian associates, and did well at that. And then my position went remote with the pandemic, and here I was going to shul 3 days. I was going to shul 3 times a day, uh, depending on the time of year. Sometimes it's 2 times a day, just depending on when the sun. Without going into that, like sometimes Shacharis is always in the morning, but Mincha Maariv sometimes they're split. One's at lunch, and we have to get a minyan together, and sometimes just depending on when sunset is, they'll be at the end of the day, and then I would take classes. Um, so Chumash class, which is Tanakh, and Gemara class, which is Talmud. And my community really was like, "You're going to be a rabbi," and I never took it seriously. I was always in accounting and technology, and I was focused on that. And enough people within my community, specifically the rabbis, said, "Look, we have we want you to start working." Um, Partnering with people within the community to uh, essentially, well, to join the rabbinate. And I personally always felt that that might have been something that I would do at an older, like when I was older, maybe, because I was very focused on my career and the potential of raising a family and such. And then the pandemic hit, and we went from I had attended, we don't really count, but I had attended shul every day for like 666 straight days. Like, I had attended, uh, I mean, I was more consistent than the congregational rabbi. Like, I was a rock and a pillar within my community. And then I started working with another rabbi uh, in some a virtual setting because of the pandemic, and the whole shul went virtual. All shuls went virtual to some extent with classes and even minyanim, your minions basically. Unless some types of um, requirements regarding 6 feet apart and sanitizing and things could be met. And um, I went
And
from
was that through like Zoom?
yeah, well, like one of my shuls did it through Zoom, the other shul did it through GoToMeeting, so it just depended. And so what we would do is we would have the minyan, we would show up, like I would show up when the rabbi would need me as a member, um, for the minion, so quite often in person, but as well virtually, depending on just what the needs were of the shul. And he knew that I was working at the same time, so he didn't want to put too much added pressure on my life. And we began with just doing like go-to meetings, so we would have shacharis and we would daven via video, and that was so different than anything I'd ever expected or ever had, because shul is always in person, and the connecting with the other 9 members of the minyan has always been really key. And so I would still go in person, but there was this added video aspect of it. And then on top of that, the Gemara classes and the Talmud classes, the Chumash classes, the Tanakh classes, also, I was taking like Jewish history classes as well, and Hebrew classes. I worked in uh, conjunction with other learning individuals, basically in a small yeshiva setting. All of that went virtual.
Yeah.
And um, I had intentions to perhaps move to Israel, or at least, but that all kind of went by the wayside. And so I had been working in with a rabbi in Israel who my community, not only was I working with rabbis in my community, but working with a rabbi in Israel to make smicha, which is rabbinical ordination. And I went from being an individual who was very much in the real world to having to open my life and my camera for all of these classes. And I went from additionally being in classes for and Minyanim, and so Shakers, Minham Marab, all of that for like maybe 2 or 3 hours a day. On top of that, to my job going remote. And so I was on camera like going in my life from 0 hours ever, not having an Instagram account, not having a TikTok account, none of that stuff, to being on camera like 10, 12 hours a day. And so my anxiety for being on camera was reduced. And then especially after making smicha and then having the opportunity to perhaps learn to be a more of a congregational rabbi, or perhaps to work for a kosher supervision service. I didn't really want those roles. I already had Parnassa as a certified project management professional and a scrum master and an accountant. Like I could do a lot. I mean, obviously, and I had learned that more within the Sephardic community, not so much the Ashkenazic community, but the Sephardic community. They were meeting for Shabbat via Zoom, and they were actually keeping their Zoom calls on Shabbat for 24 hours. That's the longest you can have a Zoom call. Because they weren't able to meet in person many times because of super spreader events and things, I recognized, in just my knowledge of Jewish history, that this was a catalyst for change. That if we had basically 50% of all of Jews and the predominant tradition within Israel, that's a secular country anyway, but basically they had made the exception to be able to live stream on Shabbat and Hagim, specifically like that first Pesach of 2020. That was the big catalyst that I felt that okay, maybe that there might be some opportunity here, but I did not start by streaming on Shabbat by any means. So I was continuing to live my life streaming 6 days a week, and then when Shabbat would come, I would shut down all the streams and everything. But I really thought the Sephardic community is already doing this, and it doesn't make any sense to me, and nor has it ever. I'm a very rational individual, and we treat Shabbat with as much holiness and as much uh, uh, we hold it in such a high regard. But I know in my heart that there's only a 14% chance that Friday night to Saturday night is Shabbat. And let me explain. There are 7 days in the week, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, actually, well, yeah, no, you're right. You're right. Actually, no. When I was in class with my rabbi, like I think there was something that equivalated to yes, it is 7 days.
Right. Okay. So
it's not some kind of thing where it's 6 days and then a non-day.
No, exactly. It's 7 days. Okay, God rested on the seventh day. Are we in agreement on that?
Yeah, 100%.
Excellent. What day was that?
Shabbat.
Okay, but what day was that? What I'm saying is that the seventh day, but you have to understand the Jewish calendar hasn't remained consistent for 5,786 years. We don't know the right day. It's a 1 in 7 chance that we're taking. And in reality, that's only 14%. There's an 86% chance that we're actually celebrating Shabbat on the wrong day. Does that make sense?
It does, and I've thought about this so many times in my past, too.
Okay, well, so I know in the back of my mind that really there's an 86% chance today's Shabbat or tomorrow's Shabbat. but there's only a 14% chance that Friday sundown to Saturday sundown and a little bit is Shabbat. So I've always known that. It's something that I question as a young person. On top of that, the
Yeah,
use.
that's when I started questioning that too.
Okay,
Like when I was about 16 years old.
and guess what?
Had that
And guess
ability.
what? The Chabad rabbis question it. It's just tradition, and I understand that. Uh, it's our Mazorah. It's our tradition. It's our minhag. It's just the way we do things. But I get that. Now, on top of that, the use of electronics is an interesting aspect. Now, I don't drive on Shabbat. I don't work on Shabbat. I one day will write a book on basically how to be an Orthodox individual in the working world and be able to take off for the at least 13 holidays that you may need to some years, and how to keep kosher at work. And even when the best time, I can tell you the best time if you're going for a big time job and you're looking for a job, the best day to do it is the day after the second day of Shavuot. Like I know that really, really well because that's the most amount of time that you're going to have while you have sunlight and you won't have to request to leave early. It's just like it's basically like if you're applying for a job in the winter, you have to leave early from work, and a lot of a lot of companies, they when they're making their determination on whether they're going to hire you or not, you don't want to have that conversation with them right away. It might be that you want them to see your work ethic, all of those kinds of things. So I can even tell you like the best times to apply for jobs. So I know this process extremely well. But I don't work on Shabbat. I don't drive on Shabbat. I don't combust on Shabbat. I don't launder on Shabbat. All of the 39 melchot, the forbidden um, aspects, the prohibitions that we avoid on Shabbat, I follow. Now,
Yeah.
the idea of electronics on Shabbat has only been around about 130 years. And it's really been some uh, traditions that have been followed, but they're not really followed that well. And let me explain. You may have people who say, I don't use electronics on Shabbat. That's not true. They use timers. And so there is an aspect of the Talmud, without getting into it, that timers are allowed. Okay, well, here's the thing. I don't turn on my computers. My computers are already running. And even still, from a physics point of view, and I'm a learned individual, I'm a scientist, I am a lover of technology, and I'm a rabbi. I know that fire and electricity are different things. If you have a question about electricity, you go to an electrical engineer. If you have a question about fire, you go to a firefighter. You don't go to an electrical engineer for a question about fire, and generally, you don't go to a firefighter about a question about electricity. They're separate. They were essentially seen as the same prohibition around the time of the invention of the telephone. And it was the opinion of several rabbis that said that you essentially could not start a conversation and end a conversation because that's essentially the final hammer blow. And that's been our Mizora for like 130 years. However, there are all kinds of exceptions that are made to this, such as the use of timers, which some may say is an exception, others may say not. Other people don't shut off their Wi-Fi routers. Very few. If you go through Borough Park or Crown Heights and you just go around with your Wi-Fi on, many of the families that leave their Wi-Fi on, even though that's nevertheless transmitting data, they're not paying attention to it. So perhaps,
Exactly.
but what I'm saying is, even that they are affecting their Wi-Fi. Now, why? What does this get to? The answer that you will get when you're in a congregation is it goes against the spirit of Shabbat, the spirit of Shabbos, and that's fine. But that's just an all-encompassing excuse for why we don't do it. And guess what? There are kosher phones that people have that uh, that that are sold. You get kids who, especially the younger generations, are using they consider the use of um, cell phones on Shabbat as non-prohibitive and somewhat even so long as they're still spending time with their family, and so this is how I look at it. There's only a 14% chance that it's right. On top of that, fire is not the same as electricity. On top of that, there isn't anything in the Bible that says you can't use the computer or use the internet. There's nothing in Talmud that says that.
Exactly, and Tanakh is, in my opinion, the ultimate say. I do respect the Talmud.
Yeah, you've got to be you've got to be
like,
careful with that. You've got to be
the
careful
Talmud
with
is
that.
what?
You've got to be careful with that because we
Okay.
consider the Talmud, even though it's written to be the oral Torah that was given to Moshe Rabbeinu, Moses, our teacher, at Sinai. So it's basically,
Okay.
but so I get what you're saying, and I can't say that most Jews probably don't disagree with you, or probably, yeah, I mean, probably agree with you, but at least within the
Yeah.
rabbinical world, Talmud and the oral law is extremely high. But nevertheless, there's nothing about cell phone use in there. And we have made changes
Yeah, of course.
within Judaism since Talmud that are prohibited. So, for instance, within the modern Orthodox community, uh, the suction after a bris on a newborn is many times now done with a pipette or a straw or with gauze as opposed to the lips because we have found that herpes can be transmitted and the child can die. And so this is something that is stated within Talmud that we need to do that we've just moved away from. From now, not all communities have, but it's becoming more common. Other aspects that we've moved away from are the way that we daven or just pray. Like within the 15th century and 16th century, it was common for sages, especially, to use some type of like breath techniques to basically hold their breath or put pressure on themselves so that they would have visions, like Kabbalistic visions. And we've recognized that that isn't how we daven anymore. I mean, probably the biggest one, we don't do sacrifices. We've completely changed sacrifices into the davening prayers that we perform at Shacharis, Minchot, Marv. What I'm saying is Judaism has had different different phases, and the modern phase of Judaism is moving much more towards the smart home, towards the electric car, and that's going to change everything. When you can pre-program your look, I'm going to be honest with you. I know rabbis who take Uber on Shabbat. Do I? Absolutely not. But I know rabbis who do, and
Wow.
it's looked down
And
upon.
that's crazy to think about because that's making a purchase on Shabbat.
Well, no. So here's what is done. It's prepaid, and there's a mode within Uber where you can set up the you can pre-set up the route. Basically, you can plan the route. Is what I'm trying to say.
Oh.
So the purchase is made before sundown, and I know that it's done. I don't do it, but I know it's done. I've never done it. It's not something that I generally, unless there was, it's just you wouldn't do it. It's just not that to me is much more of a prohibitive act because that's public as well. People may say, "Well, you're live on YouTube. That's public." Yeah, but it's not like the community's looking at me directly on the street. There's a big difference between that. If you want to look at me, you have to go and find me. So there's an element of privacy to this as well. And but what I'm trying to say, or what I want you to know, is that there are even things that I know rabbis do that I don't agree with, that I feel are more prohibitions than what I currently do. And I know, especially within the rabbinical world, we're waiting on Mashiach to make the eventual uh, determinations on what is kosher and what is not, and what's a prohibition and what is not. I can say that I never live streamed before the pandemic, and the Sephardic community is the one that brought in the idea of of live streaming on Shabbat. That was not an Ashkenazic characteristic, and it's becoming. And here's another one. I'm sure the shul that you attend, or all of the synagogues, they all have security cameras, right?
Oh yeah.
And
Well,
you're
actually, I have to say I don't know about one of them,
okay,
but
but
the other synagogues.
okay, but they have some type of security cameras at some of them, right?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Exactly. They don't shut down those cameras during Shabbat,
No, they don't.
and so these are basically security cameras in my life.
Okay. That's
And
actually a really, yeah. I would say I respect and understand like just about every reason you've given, and also it's really fascinating the way that you were sort of momentized into this. The way
yes,
that like life itself kind of formulated in a way that helped you kind of find this path, you know. So I think that's really interesting and cool stuff. And I
absolutely.
guess I just have to ask: is this a common thing for Chabad or even Orthodox rabbis?
To live stream, no. What is usually
To,
done?
yeah, I mean, even to be like connected with. I know there's like that YouTuber from Ohio, that Chabad rabbi from Ohio, who's kind of a popular YouTuber, but like things like using Discord, things like being on social media and stuff like that. Is that common?
Great question. Yeah, I mean there are other rabbis who have discords. There's the Orthodox Discord um, that's run by a rabbi. There are several other rabbinical communities. In terms of YouTube, yeah, YouTube's
Yeah,
a,
I couldn't imagine a lot of the older school ones doing that. I don't know.
well.
That's just kind of mind blowing in
That
some ways.
that you've got to understand. That's the old guard, and they're dying out. Many of them didn't even want
Right.
self.
So like it's mostly like younger rabbis then.
Oh, absolutely. I had another rabbinical colleague say to me, ask me what kind of phone to get. He was older than I, and I explained it to him like this: if you want to be like those old Eastern European shtetl kind of like rabbis, get an Android. But young Israeli Chabad rabbis are getting iPhones, and so I helped him to get his iPhone and get that set up. I mean, basically, um, even those older rabbis who are moving into the smartphone world um, are eventually getting Twitter accounts and perhaps YouTube channels. I mean, some of the biggest uh, names in modern Judaism today are YouTube rabbis. Um, Rabbi Friedman, Rabbi Yosef Mizrahi. Those are some of the big names that you'll find. Additionally, perhaps not rabbis, but certainly Jewish history, Jewish historians are using social media to be able to get the message out about the religion because it's an excellent tool. And in terms of do other rabbis have
Absolutely.
do other rabbis live stream their life? No, but no one does. I've met one other person in 4 years, almost five, who live streams their life just like I do, and they don't do it from 20 different angles. They do it from one angle, and they've only been doing it for like 315 days. I've been doing it for
Right.
1,666 days. So I've been doing it a lot longer. It's not a normal thing. I recognize that it is a gift that I can give to the world, not just to hear amazing conversations just like this, but for the world to see that we're not all that different, that uh, keeping kosher isn't as difficult as some people may think it to be. That uh, Jews laugh, cry, uh, sleep, eat, drink. We do all of the things that we do, and it gives
Exactly.
it gives
Exactly.
it gives me the a way to teach. I teach a Kabbalah class every day. Today was day 96 in a row of it, and I would like to do that the rest of my life. I would love to be able to have this
Yeah.
huge compendium of rabbinical discussions on Kabbalah, almost like the Talmud. The Talmud's 2,711 folios. I would love to do this for at least 2,711 days and have people be able to study it in future generations. That's exciting to me, and see the ways that I change, see the ways that the the interpretations can change. Um, so that's all really important. Now, in terms of Israel and getting married, I had intentions to travel to Israel and perhaps make Aliyah. Uh, Aliyah in and really probably 2020 was the plan, but uh, I was in a friend's wedding. Um, it was a very Orthodox ceremony, and being I remember being uh, excited to get married myself, and I got a shadchan, which is a matchmaker looking for a shidduch, a match. I got on the Jewish dating websites and had people who I was really interested in meeting, and the world shut down, and everybody, especially in my world, went to this virtual world. I mean, I did do like virtual dating, but that was a little bit different. And then when I started the live streaming, it was something that motivated me to be able to change the world. I learned
Yeah.
it as a tech entrepreneur, and especially in 2018, data overtook petroleum as Earth's number one resource. And I personally have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. And that's hard for people to understand. But you have to understand that, like in the history of humankind, we're talking about Gandhi and Churchill and Moshe Rabbeinu, everybody. No one has had more aspect of their life, more data created than I have, and that's going to make me a very influential
Well,
individual someday. I have more social media than any person
so
ever, because when I do something, I do it all the way. I'm live on more than 20 different YouTube accounts right now. That's an incredible amount of data that I'm creating every moment. Basically, every minute that I am on stream, I'm creating about 60 minutes worth of data when you combine it with the TikToks that I'm on and the Instagrams that I'm on. I'm live on 3 different Instagrams, 2 different TikToks, 2 different Twitter Spaces, more than 20 different YouTube channels. I'm live in a bunch of different Discords. That's how you found me. And as I say this all to you, I'm not having to do anything. You know what I mean? And also, so I don't see it as work. I have never been a social media influencer. I don't get paid, or I get paid to stream, and I just let it sit in an account. Not even my bank account. It sits in the account of the um of the of the platform. They give me money. I just let it sit there. I don't want it. Basically, I don't want to ever be accused of, hey, you're an influencer, you're a live streamer. No, I am not. I'm a rabbi. I'm a certified project management professional. I'm an accountant. I'm a few other things as well. But I am not someone who streams for money. That's not what I do. I do this for
right.
fun, and I would be doing the exact same thing. I shouldn't say that. I would be more involved with my communities if I weren't doing this live stream, but I'm okay with that. I recognize that I have the opportunity to change the world. I'm an advocate for world peace everywhere. I'm an advocate for ending world hunger everywhere through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I'm an advocate for ending world thirst. I'm involved with projects to build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I am an advocate for the Life Straw program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land and make it drinkable. I felt that uh, my journey, perhaps that I'm on from Hashem, certainly changed during the pandemic, and it was to help the world. I had become financially independent to some extent because of some uh, excellent investing, and just really getting fortunate um, in in my positions. And I felt that not only could I perhaps change my own life, but I'm going to change the life of my children, my grandchildren. They'll never have to work again. I'm gonna be starting on Monday a series of podcasts about improvement of the world. And if you know what Tikkun ul Olam is, it's essentially healing of the world.
Fixing the world.
Exactly. And
Yeah.
the first session, and this is with an Australian podcaster and Australian radio host out of Melbourne. Well, he lives in Brisbane, but his radio show is in Melbourne. He has well, we're going to discuss in the first session. It's about life extension technology. The second session is on improving the world through technology. The third is mega projects. The fourth is space exploration, and the fifth is search for intelligent life. And these, to me, are fascinating subjects. I discussed them from certainly a halakhic standpoint, and no mainstream rabbi from Rabbi Menachem Schneerson to Rabbi Moshe Feinstein, none of them have ever discounted the idea that intelligent life may exist. And what would we do as Jews if aliens landed on the White House lawn? What do we do when we start to have space exploration and the day changes? Meaning, normally you put on tefillin in the morning. Well, if you're in a spacecraft and you're going around the Earth 15 times a, within 24 hours, you have to don tefillin 15 times? These are excellent questions. The rabbis of the Talmud never made a decision on this. It's not mentioned in Tanakh. What do we do? These are all excellent discussion points that I have, but really, at the heart of the matter, I want to improve the world. And in terms of life extension technology, something that I've been talking about for more than 4 years, and I've always been fascinated with, are things like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, cold shock therapy, red light therapy, things like testosterone replacement therapy, ambrosia therapy, to essentially, maybe perhaps one day, God willing, be able to extend the average life expectancy from maybe today in the Western world, age 80 to age 100, 120. But at age 120, you or someone else may say, Rabbi, back in 2026 when we talked, everything that you talked about seemed fascinating like science fiction, but it's become science fact. My body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? And I want to give people options that they may be able to, if they want, with their consent, utilizing uh, technology, be able to perhaps use mind uploading technology to be able to extend their life. Basically, scanning their brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in their central nervous system and the peripheral nervous system for later download. As an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of themselves, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever they want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to people, and I say to people in my streams, is that we are of a generation, or we're within a few generations, where the idea of digital immortality may be realistic. And that's really exciting, is it not?
I think it is.
I think it is too. And so, yes, I could sit here, uh, well, I felt with my life, and go work for some kosher certification agency and go hustle some ConAgra Foods about the kashrut of Hebrew national hot dogs, which is fine. And
Yeah.
there are rabbis who do that, and there's nothing bad about that. Or I could really do what I felt perhaps could change the world, and by giving away my privacy and in many ways connecting with people that I never would have been able to. And I mean, you see, I have almost 3,000 people in this Discord, which is a lot. If you know anything about Discord, it's really hard to get people to join your Discord. And I can really say that I feel like it will not be another year that I'll be doing this before uh, people find out about what I do. It's going to change the world. And then it's going to give me a platform for not just within Judaism, but the whole world to be able to unite people. I mean, one thing that Mashiach is supposed to do, and I want Mashiach to come more than anybody. I pray for Mashiach to come every single day. And when Mashiach, God willing, comes within my lifetime, and rebuilds the Beit HaMikdash, I want Mashiach, if I ever have the opportunity to meet them, to say that's what I wanted people to do, is to be forces for peace. Because if you know anything about Mashiach, Mashiach's supposed to help bring about world peace. I know what Mashiach's supposed to do: bring
Yeah.
world peace, rebuild the Beit HaMikdash, unite the nations. And I could, without a doubt, say I tried to do all of those things before you came, and be appreciated. I would hope that he would say, "That's what I wanted. That's what I wanted." And other people as well do this to some extent. So, in my own way, I've created the largest compendium of human data in the history of the world. On top of that, all the religious and like more philosophical aspects of it. This is the most important, in my opinion, project of any person ever. And I put this up there with more than the Apollo program and World War II, World War One, the Civil War, all of it. And let me explain why. With the advent of AI, we've never had the opportunity to be able to study uh, the behavior of an individual over long periods of time. We only do small studies on individuals for like 6 months or a year, but never years and years of 24/7 being able to study aging, eating habits, drinking habits, behavior patterns, psychological states, sleeping patterns, circadian rhythms, every aspect of the human body, hygiene, everything. It's a gift that I can give to the world. Now, it's too much for any one individual to watch. If somebody sat down and watched every stream that I've ever created, it would take them more than 100 years. But AI can dissect every single thing that I do, and AI needs models on which to needs examples on which to build its models. And in my own way, I am the biggest model for AI that's ever arisen. And I recognize that
Wow.
I can have a huge impact on society that way. So without I don't I want to humble myself, and I want you to recognize that I'm just an individual. I'm just a lowly rabbi who's just doing what they
Of
can
course.
to change the world. But I recognize that if I delayed marriage for a little bit, I didn't have a biological clock against which I was fighting. If I were a woman, I couldn't do this. But fortunately, I can reproduce at a later age and give up a half decade or so of my life to be able to change the world. To me, it's worth it. It's going to be really exciting. Can you imagine if people knew globally that you could connect with someone just like you, come into my Discord, we could talk whenever you want. You could watch what they were doing 24 hours a day from multiple streams. I don't just stream from my home. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far east as the desert and mountains, as far west as the Pacific Ocean. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, in Los Angeles, at Disneyland, really everywhere in Southern California, and I would love to do this globally. If people found out about that, that would be the biggest influence in global history. And in my own mind, I feel like that could be a reality someday.
Wow. I think that's all profound right there. I think most people in general would say that that is a very interesting experience. And on top of that, I think, if Hashem has put you on this road, then Hashem has put you on this road. This is what is important, you know? So that's
Absolutely.
that's all very good stuff.
Absolutely. And I know that my rabbinical colleagues, while they can't always publicly say in front of their shul, yeah, everybody can just start live streaming. Though some did, um, the Sephardic communities did. You watch in 30 years, especially with the advent of the electric car, where everything can be pre-programmed, and the smart home, where everything can be set on timers, and the idea that if you're not like necessarily even just with a computer or something like initiating a charge, there are just all kinds of there are all kinds of uh, changes that we're going to see within Judaism, especially to unite people. I mean, the 10% of Jews who we focus on, the Orthodox community, want to grow and are growing, and there are a lot of people within the 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 conservative and reform movements that want to be Baal Teshuva, that want to return to the Master, but don't know how to do it. And what a great resource that they could have. Hey, someone who will answer all your questions, teach you all the blessings, reviews Jewish history all the time. I've been watching Daf Yomi, which is our daily Talmud study for like 200 straight days just on one of my other streams. It's the perfect place to learn how to be a Jew. So, with that, I'm not going to take up any more of your time. But you asked a very interesting question, and I wanted to make sure that I really had the opportunity to answer it in full. So, thank you.
Yeah, and thank you for giving me that answer. It was really, really like compelling talk in general.
Excellent.
So I appreciate you, and I hope you have a good rest of your Passover.
You as well.
And yeah, thank you.
Chag Sameach.
Chag Sameach.
Look at this athleticism.
It's lovely to meet you.
The paradox of the ad hominem, by calling out name-calling can strengthen your position. Anyone who participates in debates about science, technology, politics, or controversial ideas eventually encounters a familiar tactic. Instead of responding to the substance of an argument, critics dismiss the person presenting it with a label. These labels frequently appear in online forums, comment sections, and media discussions. Rather than examining the evidence or the reasoning, critics often rely on dismissive terms such as pseudoscience, quack, quackery, fringe, debunked, crack, charlatan, internet guru, armchair scientist, rhetorical function of these labels is straightforward. They attempt to discredit the speaker rather than engage the argument. This tactic is known as an ad hominem attack, and recognizing it can actually place the responder in a stronger position within the debate. How ad hominem attacks work? An ad hominem attack shifts the focus away from the claim and onto the person making it. Instead of addressing the argument's logic or evidence, the critic suggests that the claim should be rejected because of who is presenting it. But the truth of an argument does not depend on the personal qualities of the speaker. A flawed individual can make a correct claim just as a respected expert can make a mistake. Logic evaluates arguments based on their premises, evidence, and reasoning, not the reputation of the person delivering them. When someone substitutes a label like quack, propagandist, pseudo-intellectual for an actual rebuttal, they are no longer engaging with the argument itself. Calling out the fallacy. A powerful response is to calmly identify the tactic. That is an ad hominem attack. You are labeling the speaker rather than addressing the argument. This response reframes the conversation. Instead of defending oneself against a list of insults, the focus shifts to the structure of the debate. Observers can clearly see that the critic has not addressed the argument's content, but this response contains an interesting rhetorical twist. The King of the Hill paradox. When you call someone an ad hominem attacker, you are technically making a statement about their behavior rather than immediately addressing their claim. In a narrow sense, you are describing something about the person rather than the argument. This creates a fascinating paradox. If debate were like a game of King of the Hill, identifying the ad hominem attack often allows you to take the high ground. The critic attempted to delegitimize you with a label. By naming the tactic itself, you expose the weakness of their move and shift the discussion to a higher level, quality of reasoning. In effect, their attempt to discredit you becomes evidence that they are not engaging with the argument properly. Why this strategy works? This approach works because debates are rarely judged only by the participants. They are often judged by observers. When someone relies on dismissive labels rather than addressing evidence, it signals that they may not have a substantive rebuttal. By calmly identifying the ad hominem tactic, you demonstrate intellectual composure and redirect the conversation back to logic. The implicit message is simple. If someone has a genuine critique, they should present it in terms of evidence and reasoning. Returning to the argument, the strongest version of this strategy does not stop with identifying the fallacy. After calling out the ad hominem attack, the next step is to return to the substance of the argument itself. Restate the claim, clarify the evidence, invite the critic to address the reasoning directly. This combination, exposing the fallacy and then returning to the argument, demonstrates confidence in the position while reinforcing the standards of rational discussion. The value of naming the tactic. Modern discussions, especially online, are filled with rhetorical shortcuts. Labels often replace arguments because they are faster, easier, and emotionally satisfying. When participants recognize and name these tactics, the quality of discourse improves. Calling out ad hominem attacks reminds everyone involved that debates should focus on ideas rather than personal labels. And in the unusual dynamics of debate, simply identifying the tactic can shift the entire terrain of the conversation, turning an attempted dismissal into an opportunity to reassert the importance of logic, evidence, and genuine engagement with ideas.
Please add all of the suffixes and prefixes that are used, like anti or quasi or ist at the end, ists, or all the ones that are used. And you can say just a few examples. And this list is not limited to, but just is a group of examples. Add terms like denier and anything else like that that's used as well. Anti-science. We'll go with climate and just have denier and remove the word say that words or acronyms or nicknames are even invented rather than have serious arguments. And put that in the list of all the stuff, please.
sponsors for Smart Shoes Take, our annual conference of Rothschild Rights Israel. We're dedicating all the shirt crushes and series plus resource levels from Israel. Sponsors for the figures and other figures and plastic selling hopes all those our key leaders and show all clock Israel will be answered during this moment and the words and the Shmas from some father Israel then I cover your Gato Zikor Bracha and every secondary sponsor Gato Kudim the Shmas Goli and then Zikor it's not the number to our Torah also the Shams Zama is a kind of source of the other things we look at for Israel which represents the Shema more and our hostage is Shema and the fellow developers so just to be successful before we see it those things that let us so that's the first of all the second center is our game plan to launch itself what the accomplishment is so exciting unfortunately let me go for a second story is for those who are definitely better into what you say here see for those of you who haven't seen it get ready because it's exciting it's fantastic it's beautiful it's incredible it's structured a little bit differently than some of the other sectors that we have seen the great session that exposes to a lot of wonderful and incredible areas of halacha perhaps you have not seen and experienced so let us begin Mishnah Beis Kamadah total Beis Din La'avo Al-Achas V'Chalitzos Ha'amuros B'Torah also we'll talk about a little bit as we're kicked off already but again it'll flow next session total Beis Din La'avo Al-Achas V'Chalitzos Ha'amuros B'Torah so here's the case and this is going to be the central case that we're going to be preoccupied with at least for today and tomorrow Beis Din Paskin and Beis Din made a mistake and as a result of their mistake they Paskin of something that was also really was mutter. That was the mistake that they made. As a result, the individual went ahead and acted with this guidance, and therefore committing them to the first Rashi total basin. Kibon shahodu shachilem odam. Simple is basin paskin lachilem. Right. So in fact, odam is literal blood is meant for consumption. Basin made a mistake. Right. Let's remember again. The notion of human infallibility is not one that exists within Judaism. Other religions have that concept. Judaism does not have that concept, which is why the Rothschild really got Torah goes out of its ultimate purpose to most of us have done more Averas since we got here this morning. Like the Moshe Rabbeinu did in his entire life. I mean, the Torah repeats it.
Good. Where are you calling us from?
Dayton, Ohio.
Whoa, Dayton, Ohio. I love it. That's right, the fifth best city in Ohio. You born and raised there, I take it?
No, I'm in Virginia.
Hard to do.
You see.
So wow, you were like one of the wonderful whites of Virginia or whatever?
The term debunk is bunk.
I like that. Your
Or
family
name the
like
title
made
of article, something
moonshine
like
and things
that.
like that?
How nothing is debunked. That just give some examples. They don't have to be just like this, but like people who would said in the Roman Empire that aquifers were causing lead poisoning would be seen as pseudoscientists or whatever, and the powers that be of Rome would have said that those people would have been debunked. Or the idea of the, and you don't have to say exactly who, but like religious organizations in the Middle Ages saying that we have a geocentric world as opposed to heliocentric, would have tried to debunk everybody, or called anyone who questioned otherwise, including Galileo, debunked. And they would have said there's a long tradition of this, just like the Romans would have said there's a long tradition of this. And give another 5 examples of ideas in history that were once thought to be like basically law or realistic that have been changed. Even there's a modern law or something in physics from like the early 19th century that was thought to be a law that eventually had to be shown that was not. So say that the term debunk is actually bunk, that we should never say anything is debunked, ever. That goes against science. To say anything is debunked ever goes against science because there always could be more information that could be learned.
I love it. So, Joshua, tell us more. What do you do now? Oh, okay. Any kind of... Okay. That's fun. Is this an office? Do you have your own office there in Dayton?
No, just the basement of my parents' house.
Oh, okay. So your wife is staying with you at your parents' place?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's just the 4 of you, or is there more in the house?
My parents, we have 3 kids.
Oh, you and your wife have 3 kids?
Yeah.
Wow, look at that. The Asian American children. Those have to be cute as kids. Yeah, do they have cute Asian names, or are the names like Charles and Bob?
So it's Paul, James, and Silas.
What was the last one?
It seems like there are a lot of Pauls that are Asian. Do you find this to be? I know a lot of Asian Pauls.
Pauls?
Pauls.
P-A-U-L?
Yes.
Yeah?
I
didn't know that. Huh. Interesting. What was the third name you said? Cyrus? What was that? Was that your wife's idea?
No, it would have been Cyrus.
What made you come up with Silas as name?
I actually thought the name is a character in League of Legends.
Stylist. Wow. It's stylist. Are you a big gamer? No, nothing. I'm trying to... Salvador is creating a segment over here. He's still guessing names in the middle of a show that we moved on 2 minutes ago. Papyrus, yes, that's the name. Final answer, Papyrus. You got it right, Salvador. Salvador! Give attention to Salvador. Okay. Joshua, so what do you do for fun? How do you pass the time? I mean, you have 3 kids. When they're not keeping you busy, what else other than League of Legends? Tell us something fun.
I try to make games.
Oh my goodness, you make games? What kind of games? What kind of games have you made?
Article is humble enough to understand the paradox that even this theory that nothing could be debunked truthfully could be debunked someday. It is a paradox.
The famous Japanese film. There's actually fans watching this episode right now streaming inside of virtual reality right now. There's a whole movie theater, like an IMAX movie theater. People are sitting virtually watching this while it's streaming right now. Yes, Podiatrist. It's the 3rd child's name, Podiatrist. It's a character from League of Legends, and also the baby was born a foot doctor. So Joshua...
Cypress?
Okay. Damn, what was I gonna say? Other than programming things and making games and things like that, how do you play with your kids? Any fun games that you have to play with Japanese kids? Like, you ever play in the bathtub and play a little game of Pearl Harbor, where they splash the water in your face because you're the American?
You've been playing shower dog.
Everyone knows about shower dog. You have any parenting tips for us? I love that. How old are your kids?
Second one is 3, and the younger one will be 1 in December.
Don't get angry. Have you ever let a racial slip out on accident when you're yelling at them?
Yeah. You ever say, "Oh, Cyrus jammed his pants"? I mean, crapped his pants.
God, you must have your hands full. Thank God for the parents helping you out.
They're pretty easy.
Them some crazy kids you have. Cute little dumplings they have. I mean, dimples. These Jap kids. Anyway. That's fun. Japanese kids, sleeping Asian wife. How long has she been sleeping for?
Are you sure she's sleeping?
Are you sure she's sleeping, or did she just look at me?
Say at the bottom
It's the Wicked
that
Witch of the West, everybody. Look at the hat and the nose.
there's a paradox here that even the writings of this author are not
I love it, Joshua. I love it. Dayton,
law
Ohio. You got 3
or
kids.
whatever,
Your parents help a lot with them?
because anything could
That's
be
awesome, man. That's awesome. You ever catch
eventually
your parents
revised.
having sex? They think they're
That
still
is
banging?
the duty of science,
Are you sure about that?
or something like that.
Let's ask them. Are any of them awake right now?
Maybe I'll catch him right now.
Damn it. I love it. All right, Joshua. Well, thank you so much for calling in and chatting with us. You're the final comedian of the night here on Kill Tony. Have you done stand-up before? Hold on, wait. No? There's what is that? Go Bananas?
No, there's it's improv.
What's it? Hey.
Funny Bone. James Funny Bone.
That's right.
That with Burt Kreischer.
Yeah.
Did that tornado tear through any of it? Like your house or anything? There was some bad tornadoes.
Yeah, it was like right by us.
They tore down a
block down.
Living room. See, you would too. Or was that the only night that I went?
Yeah, there was the
Oh my gosh, it was disgusting. Absolutely vomitile. Is that with Haddish?
yeah, it was.
Oh god. Oh
The next day, we're like getting into the car. I'm like, Tony, smell my lips still smell.
Yeah, I almost threw up. There goes Joshua Bergman, everybody. Joshua Bergman is Joshua B3RG. Before we go, we get to check in with the great
Yo,
house
what's
artist, the
happening,
one and the
everybody?
only
I hope you're
Ryan
doing
G. Bell. Now, look
Just-
at that there.
just
It
a
is
moment.
Good drawing here on Kill Tony.
Yeah, I wish you.
What's going on, big dog?
Man, same shit. Just chilling, dog.
All right.
Smoking on my Pluto.
How'd you find out about me?
I got my Cuban. Bro, you know who I am.
No, I
It's
didn't.
Needy. It's Cupid.
Get out of here, you garbage.
I'm smoking on a fucking Cuban right there.
Dog, you gotta quit changing your name. I'm gonna change your name in here.
Just change my name to Jacob.
Okay. Well, but I already know a Jacob. Um, what if we call you? I mean, we can have other Jacobs in here. Just a moment. You've got a Cuban cigar?
Yeah, I smoked one earlier, but here's another one.
How about Jake the Snake?
That's cool. I don't care. One out Lulu, Cyclops. Don't bother me.
Are you whore maker?
Yeah, I am a homemaker. I do turn women into whores.
Later replaced by kinetic theory. Bloodletting, medical standard of essentials, later found ineffective or harmful. Continental drift, Alfred Wegener's early theory ridiculed,
So
later
drunk
validated by
right now,
plenty of
brother.
examples.
Hey, dog, so long as you don't do the things that are really bad, I don't care.
No, I just drink moonshine to work out. That's all I do. That's my workout regimen.
How is that a
Drinking my
work?
protein shake and my coffee throughout the day, get my protein and my vegetables in, and then it's workout throughout the night till I pass out.
10. Plate tectonics in the Himalayas, early theories about mountain
I do a minimum of 50 push-ups a night.
Even into modern times, ideas once dismissed are now standard.
Cool.
Microbiome research overturning simplistic notions of gut health. Epigenetics challenging fixed.
Here you go, Jake the Snake.
CRISPR gene editing.
That's cool. Don't bother me, man.
It's a tight name, dude. You know Jake the Snake Roberts was?
No, he was a bad wrestler.
He was
The only
tight.
difference is he wrestled and I actually fight. That's the difference.
What did you say?
I said he's a wrestler and I actually fight. That's the difference.
Oh, okay.
Even the use of debunked itself concerns, granting a false sense of finality that non-exists. Science thrives on questioning, refinement, evidence. Every debunked idea carries the risk of premature closure. True inquiry demands humility, acknowledging that we know
Pick the snake, pick your pussy, babe.
from the very principle of this article, nothing should ever be considered debunked. Here is a paradox. The author humbly acknowledges that someday these writings could themselves be revised or challenged. This is not a flaw, but the beauty of science. Knowledge is never complete. All claims remain open to refinement and understanding. In essence, debunk is not. Rather than asserting the end of inquiry, we must embrace careful evidence-based exploration, humility and openness. Today's orthodoxy may be tomorrow's error, and every claim, including this one, is subject to re-examination. Science is never finished, and certainty is always provisional. If you want, I can also condense this into a visually compelling 600 to 700 word version for media, perfect for social sharing and online reading, without losing the paradox and humility of historical examples. Do you want to do that?
Oh, baby.
that when a basin gives a psak, there's two parts to the psak. There's mutter, and you're allowed to act, or act in a certain way based on this. And then, the basin's ruling was erroneous. Basin ruling was erroneous, and an individual acted upon that, halacha l'maisa, they're shielded ultimately again from any personal liability. Which the Gemara says, Sulami. And there's nothing more to talk about this. We just have to right. This is the common equivalent of the mic drop. Right? That's it. We're right. We're done. We're done up here. Nothing more to talk about. Now, what's interesting enough, they get the argument. There's an ultimate version and an opposite version of this discussion. So, Shmuel, in Bezin Chayavin, actually, we're allowed to talk about the process. Shmuel is saying now again, the positions of Shmuel and Rabbi are going to be exactly the same. Shmuel says that the formulation of the basin is all basin needs to say is return onto ourselves. Right? So this is Shmuel. Sorry. Reverse attribution. In this version, Shmuel is the one who says that the lashon of the sacrament is return onto glass. Shmuel has the one who has the mandate to put glasses. One thing when our done our afilu return onto glass. Thing that basin just says is mutter nigmar apoda. That's the only psak, and I love the rest of it. So acting based on that, they will shield you from personal liability. So what's this in this version, Abaye is asking a series of questions on Rav Tibi. In the previous version, Abaye was supporting Rav Tibi. In this version, he's questioning Rav Tibi, bringing all of the same proofs. Abaye, although it's not Rav Tibi, that's not happening. Right? Chazer Lihiro, Shana Odimit, they're actually being utter, Horla, so Stayif. Something happened. So again, we have to go through all the cases again. But if I said something happened, something wrong is going to be high as well. Not if he just teaches halacha, but if he tells the people this is the halacha, and you act on it, that's what it's kind of easy from here. But it's not just enough to say filter, you also need what? Glasses. Next, Rabbi Yav, Mahabot, Rabbi Yav is the Masak, and Rabbi Yav is the Horu, but Mahabot is the Horu, the basic Nasa, Rocha, the Kurkola, Hayav is Karma. So through the ending, I say, same days, basic instruction to be married. Their psak is only binding if what they say, mutter and action. So your basis psak requires mutter and lasos. Next, Amrino, Mahalo Kara, holding a small second. Holding basis on the opposite points on there, but Torah, like the Mishnah. Including the verbiage of the Mishnah is basically saying that something is mutter, and they're telling you ultimately again that halacha wants you to act on it, and you want to sue still. So what's this? Interestingly enough, both versions, although again there's reverse attribution, halacha l'maisa really come out the same way. Let's just go with the first version. Halacha l'maisa, the way we pass it, is like with deep. And therefore, again, just to understand the way that they normally go ahead and structure their psak, is they would say mutter. Number one, again, they're proving that it's permitted, and ultimately lasos, and give instructions that this psak behaviorally can be acted upon. And it's only that type of psak that if someone followed it, even though it turns out to be an erroneous psak, great. That's our first part of the show. Next, quotation of the show. Again, what happened? Let's just say I have part one. Part one is, so let's just plug this in. Let's just plug this into Chaleb, right? So based in Paskin, Chaleb is mutter le'achar. Without the Chaleb, okay? So now the individual went ahead and ate Chaleb. If they're missing something, based in Shabbos, now it says, shogeg up here. The individual went ahead and acted inadvertently based on their size. Gemara says, shogeg up. Why do you put that word shogeg? I was going to say, think about it, you just look it up. He's not really shogeg. In other words, right? Ruvain is acting intentionally. Why is he acting intentionally? Because as far as Ruvain is concerned, he's got a psak based thing that says what he's doing is mutter. It turns out that it was an accident. But why was bothered by it? Why don't you just say, the individual came along and acted based on their word. Why do you use the word shogeg? Which they must have Rabbi shogeg lasu. This is very interesting. Rabbi says because the word shogeg actually comes from two different cases. This is really quite fascinating. Lasu, watch this. Holy based on shogeg water. Get ready. Based on fasting, Caleb is water. Okay. Now what happened? It is coming though Caleb sugar. Now get ready for this. Basically, part one of the story. Basically went ahead and said that he would. Okay, next part two. Reuben has two pieces of meat in front of him. One is Caleb, one is Shimon. Shimon is forbidden fire. Reuben, his intention is to eat Shimon. But what happens? He gets mixed up and he eats the flavor. So Reuben, watch this. So Reuben ate Caleb. But Reuben didn't really eat Caleb because of the sacrifice. And Reuben ate Caleb because he just got confused. Comes along Rabbi, and Rabbi says, get up for this, ready for it? We're going to talk about why. Listen to this. Because essentially, since there's a sacrifice out there that says that Caleb is better, if a Jew ends up eating Caleb either because he's following the sacrifice, right, or because he just gets mixed up, he's potter. We'll say, well, that's wild. That's wild. Because remember again, in this case, Ruben's Caleb consumption has nothing to do with the side of the base. It has to do with his own personalistic decision. Again, he's still going to be potter because that sound out there in the world. Incredible. Let's go. I'm going to show you a lesson, man. Holy Grace is going to go. Basically, when I said Caleb Hunter, it is Caleb Caleb and Shimon. And Ruben mixed up a piece of Caleb and a piece of Shimon. And then they ended up eating Shimon. The Achel, Hunter. Hunter, ultimately, again, is Hunter. PM, Spanish. So this is very interesting. So essentially, according to Rabbi, there's two different cases in that tradition, right? Because if you look just at the story, Halach Hayom also Shogeg Apiyah. So there's two different events, right? There's Shogeg and there's Apiyah. Apiyah is the case that we've been talking about on the same pages. Basin said that Caleb is also Rachel. Reuben goes and eats Caleb, right? Because himself is also like this. And then the case of Shogeg is actually a different case. Rabbi was the case. The case of Shogeg is again, he gets mixed up between the Caleb and the Shimon. He eats the Caleb. He didn't mean to. He's still going to be part of ultimately again because such a sacrifice exists in the world. Absolutely incredible. So we must leave it down. The others says, Rabbi says, Shogeg PM with the plus. The alternate version of Rabbi, or opposite version of Rabbi, Shogeg PM. It's only an accidental condition of the idea that happens as a result of the sad, but themselves live in, of course, the library, of course, what I will say. And on this Hollywood, people be showing the upper house. And Halach Lamaisa, they just get mixed up into the species. They just Halach Lamaisa go. Wilson the so again, just two versions of what I says. Wilson the Pshita de Rabba Kamiboya Rabba. So something which was obvious to Rabba was actually a Kasha Kamiboya Rabba. Was the second Rabba. Holy basically, Shechid is water. So basically, asking same resource, and basically asking that Jill is better. It was probably both the Shimon, but then again, when they had two pieces of meat in his house, one was triple, one was Shimon. His intention was to eat the Shimon. He accidentally went and ate the Caleb. What's the halacha? So the Gemara says, I'm sorry. It's not what's the halacha? Rabbi says, Tashma, halacha yachol ta'asa shogeg apihem. If Reuben went ahead and he accidentally mixed it inside of the basically, the Gemara says, shogeg apihem. So Rabbi says, why do you use that lashon of shogeg apihem? Just say PM, that's it. So they hold the basic shifts in the butter, and it's calling the Caleb Shimon the butter. Ultimately, again, in order to, in this case, where again, Reuben got mixed up into the pieces, he ended up eating Caleb, still going to be butter. Ultimately, this is still covered, so to speak, under the sack of the Dilma showing up with the butter, and on this calling the Caleb Shimon the butter, maybe Reuben is only butter. Managed to act in the direction of the sacrifice. But if he stands on his thing, he says that he should be contra-based on that. It should be Gayim. He gave the ultimate version of this, of a Rabba, Tashma, Halach Yachim, also Shogeg Apihem. So if an individual went ahead and acted the Shogeg based on the sacrifice based in, so we have some Naila, Shogeg Apihem with the Potter. Isn't it only the case where you would manage to act based on the sacrifice based in? That is what we matter. About this Caleb Caleb Shimon the Achel. But if Halach Lamaisa, he mixes up a piece of sacrifice. Just has a mix up in his own house, then he should be chayiv. Bilma, oh shogeg, oh kila. Maybe not. Maybe halacha may say, yeah, that's what the Jewish is coming to say. One of two cases. There's shogeg or alpi. Ultimately, alpi means literally at its base of soccer and basing. And shogeg means he has his own basis. Incredible. So I just want to point that over here. So this is really fascinating, right? Everyone is agreeing that in Vegas and Austin, it is permitted to eat Caleb, right? Mutter atam la'achol Caleb. All right, mutter go la'achol Caleb. So in a case, you may act as a psak to do something. Very butter. Shot in the chest is Ruben has a mix up in his home. Two pieces Caleb and sugar. He wanted to eat the sugar. Yes, but Caleb is high or puppet, so this is not this. What if they were say it's fine? His consumption of Caleb has nothing to do with the psak of the basin. Other version says no, it's going to be butter because once there's a psak of the basin, how can you go? Right? But Caleb is butter, ultimately again, we're covered by that. Versus the butter, in reality, this is what they're going to focus. What we basin should feel the butter is basin, once again, basin, or just put it for the basis that focus. Or basin should feel the butter. Basin possibly that Caleb is butter. Then that's our case. Now we'll say that now what? Our two related to his house. He has two pieces of it. One is Caleb and one is sugar. When it's coming from Caleb sugar, the uncle, he mixes up the pieces and he ends up consuming the Caleb. What's that? Rav Amar Potter, Rav Yochanan Amar Kir. Okay, here it is. Here it is. Let's watch this. Rav says you're Potter, you're covered under the psak in the basin. Rav Yochanan says no, you have nothing to do with the psak in the basin. And you have to be chayiv. And by the way, chayiv what? Chayiv what? Chayiv achatas. Again, this is still a case of shogeg. This is still a case of shogeg. But so that's basically the marriage they can show. Me'am haaretz, me'am haaretz ba'asosa, שבו זה ספק בגרס, נפש אחוס נפש המשתגע, me'am haaretz ba'asosa אחוס מצוות השם אשר לא תעשה לבעשם. This is the first like of the Tatus. As the person commits now, they were inadvertently. So the Gemara says, me'am haaretz ba'asosa, front the woman. Just come to his food. Because we'll say, remember again, once in the Tatus, it's all just trying to keep on the notion of shogeg. Which is someone again who said that for psychiatric things. Or is someone who rejects Mishmach. So ultimately, I think that sin with intentionality, ultimately again, is his exception of other factors. Doesn't mean it. Shem Ben Yossi Omer, Shem Moshe Elazar, Ari Omer, Asher Lo Te'asena, Yishkaga, Ta'ashem O Hoja. So this is very interesting. The Torah speaks about getting from the focus. What does it say? Charlotte has a Shkaga, Hashem over there. So that a person ultimately, when we bring a covenant to us, Shat Yaso, maybe covenant or Shiribes. So let's say here's the introduction of covenant. This covenant is very important. Here's the list. If you had the necessary information at hand, would you have abstained from sin? If the answer to that is yes, then you bring a covenant to us just with the petition of mandate. That's what we call Hashad Yasa. If someone would have abstained from sinning, maybe covenant or shivas. That's the type of person who gets a covenant to us or when it comes to sin. Firstly, if someone had the knowledge but still would have sinned, they would bring a covenant to us. That's just how it feels. If somebody would not abstain or abstain from sin because of sin, say someone bring a carbon on or a shirt, this is what happens to the Amor. But he saw, lo shad. So, I wasn't interested enough applying this to this case. I apply this to our case. So the pastors, our case is not a situation where one wouldn't have refrained, even had they known, right? Remember again, Reuben is getting mixed up between the pieces. Even had Reuben known that the piece he was allowed to consume was Caleb, he still would have abstained. Why would he have not abstained? Why not? There was some soft base in that. So why should we have Bechatas in this case? In other words, we'll say the metric for Bechatas is I bring a covenant to us committing an Avera Shogeg if you would not have committed the Avera had I had knowledge. this case again, you're going to say, wait. It's Caleb. You're going to say, so what? So what? Based on step up from the in this case, Rabbi Sala Shabbat Yasa, Papa Kisor Yokuran, Kiban, the scout of the food of the Hida, Hadjis of the yes, so Julie Garcia is like this sensible, basic finds out that their side is a really is basic is going to walk it back. Hadam Sunas, Nami Hadame, and then when Uday hears that basically attracted their side, obviously again, he's also going to attract his behavior, so therefore she knows that Shabbat Yasa so Gemara says that this is still called this case where you had the knowledge you would have abstained. In this case, it's just two steps from had Basin found out that their son was erroneous, they would have abstained from this behavior, and then when Ruben finds out that their son is erroneous, he would have abstained. Therefore, this is called the case where if one had the knowledge, he would have abstained. And that's why this is one of the reasons says is highly contest in this case. Great of the type. Abraham, most of that, she would question it from the one to see her. And she was like, see now, this is now another topic. So I'll say, which we're going to get into. There's something in this case that we're seeing in the together. What's happening in this case basically is giving a score of itself, and then ritual is following. It's going to be another piece. Basically, what the goal is inside. Majority follows themselves. That's the difference in which one is called primary cover. It's one special cover that's built. Now, in order to bring that cover, you need 51% of the file to go ahead and what is it? So it's like, watch this. Let's say you have 50% of the file. Scales into right, so again, watch this. So basically, as you look at motion, 50% of the cloud is age, table, instant inside. Obviously, guys, going to take the scales, moving. What does Ruben do? Oh, as I'm moving, Ruben's sitting at home. He's got two pieces of food, one table and sugar, right? And he needs to eat the sugar, the Ruben piece, but he needs to eat the Ruben. Everyone agrees that Ruben does not count towards the Torah. Right? And which they really does not count towards the Torah. Why? Now, why is that? Because now what you can't ignore is that what? That Ruben is not acting based on himself and faith. Ruben is just doing his own thing. So even if we could say that Ruben's personal life and Ruben is himself personal life, Ruben is also himself on the basis, let's say we're calculating the 51% for power hell of W and C1, you can't say that Ruben is acting based on himself. Okay. Because from power hell of W and C1, we have 51%. Everyone has to be acting in the same showcase capacity. Therefore, again, moving is acting in the showcase capacity, and you can begin. Then again, separate out of that. So this is bottom line. Interestingly enough, bottom line, what we end off with over here is a fundamental macronis. And what is a fundamental macronis? If Ruben went ahead and is eating chaos, not because of himself, but because he believes himself, halacha l'maisa, this is not his own opinion. One of these is liability because his technical consumption has nothing to do with perception. On the other hand, there is the belt, right? In the world, there is a psak, that says feelings. Okay. Does that psak himself or not? Next. Beisha asu va'asu. Again, the Mishnah brought down a whole bunch of variation cases. So basically said, and then it said, whether he did it together with Basin did it perfectly. He did it on Basin, he did it by himself. We let him complete all these cases for him. Which he was not going to mistake a lot. So you know, I said, most officers is a style mistake. But the Mishnah sometimes just needs a lot of integration. Even though you don't need to say that it's understood. I'm a safer with you know, instead of liability. One or the other case of the position. He's bringing the reverse also on the base. On the base, if he does it, base are almost. So again, let's say this thing idea. Sometimes the Mishnah will say this even though I didn't
gotta pump them charts, bro. You gotta pump them charts, Rabbi. You gotta pump them charts, bro.
One of the members of the Navy, or a ranking officer, in the Gallaudet phase, realizes that this is an erroneous perception, but he nevertheless relies on it. See, 11 points now. Well, it's not ultimately again, this individual ultimately again is going to be right. He says that the Rothschilds, the other American, the other talks about this specific but they usually refer to this either, right? College is all fun. Yeah, well, interesting. Versus comes up and fit to deliver judgment. Why do we both of those things? How do you feel? I don't feel. So I got to find out how you feel rubber something. I would have felt this would be a type of person who was not allowed to rely on exactly the base of the school. So it was rubber to rubber created. So it actually says it didn't rubber turf. So it's extrapolate. And ultimately again, trying to mention was a word talking about someone who is fit to be a another person. Someone's not knowledgeable or extrapolate. Look, maybe in that gap that both of these qualities very few examples of that. The guy says the raw, rubber is sublimation. Essentially, because the Mishnah itself says, Roi, the raw. Who is a person who is a person who is both Kabir, learned, and Sabir. Those have to extrapolate the condition of the mind against the other. However, yeah, if we would just say raw, how about rubber itself? I would thought like this. It's only someone who's both rubber and soft. So that rubber and soft is low. Perhaps you don't have both of these qualities. That could be take the personality if you like these things. But body raw. Mishnah said rubber and souther, soft and low. Therefore, again, Mishnah used Moshe for raw. Raw so someone is rubber or soft. You have a color for a lot of traditional level structure. In other words, if you have the ability to know, if you were to refer to your community with certainty that this sun is wrong, and you rely on others who are not shapers of those things to know. So you have a right or wrong, whereas if you don't know, there's an example of this. I give you an example of someone where if they rely on exactly the things that you do not shapers of those who are Let's say this Guinness, there's the problem. If you have a person like Shimon ben Azai, Shimon ben Zon, who are facing a Mosai for 19 centuries, and they hear the face and say that Caleb is water. Caleb is water. They know it's wrong. If they go ahead and they act based on this exact Mosai, so the Mishnah said they're high the fact, especially if there goes a lot of ways. But if they act with the sun, so what are they? What are they? They're Masons. They're Egyptian. They know it's wrong. They know it's wrong. So what do they have to find us? They should act right there. Easy. Let's say I watch cases and part of it. They come in, help us set the box, so something for us. Roughly the whole set of things are higher. Well, that's a reason why Rabbi says, the individual does have such wishes. It's higher. Ultimately, they morals, they just advocate that how do we say shit in the water? Basic stage, definition of water. I was a tell me what's up with this. I gotta stop it. Maybe we discuss it again. A lot of good stuff. We'll pick up some case tomorrow. You guys. Pretty clear. It was a mouse that I started with second service.
Please remove the absolutely and the part at the end. I just want to be able to copy and paste this into Medium and remove the pound signs. I don't need that. I don't ever need those pound signs. Please provide a medium-like article arguing that national security arguments are potentially unconstitutional because literally anything could be argued to be a national security risk, and the only people who get to look in on it have to have some kind of clearance and go to the original idea that national security became an idea during the World War II with Japanese bombing U.S. submarines. But now national security is just a blanket to be able to cover up any kind of issue that the government or politicians don't want known to the general public. And according to John F. Kennedy, secrecy in an open and honest democracy is repugnant. And we have the saying from, I think, Benjamin Franklin, those who sacrifice security for freedom deserve neither. And that saying things our national security will be our downfall because, or could be a downfall, because this allows for bad actors to be able to hide things from the public, and this type of secrecy and saying something is against national security could be used for anything, even things that aren't national security. It Nothing about national security is included in the Constitution. Give those arguments, and if anything, perhaps a constitutional amendment should be passed regarding that things could be considered national security. Because otherwise, everything could be hidden. Remove the idea of calling the United States a democracy because it is not. It's a republic, a constitutional republic. New article. This one is about how calling the United States a democracy is repugnant and plays on the uneducated in politics. That the United States is not a democracy, and that a true democracy perhaps has never been a government of any kind, of one person, one vote. Break it up into the Greek demo, meaning like rule by the people, one person, one vote. Like break down the word and say that no government has ever had that. Even in Greece, slaves didn't have a say, and perhaps women didn't have a say. So even Greece, where the word was developed, didn't have a democracy. And say that there are no true democracies. We shouldn't use this term, but we do because it's easy for politicians and diplomats and such to somewhat trick the populace into thinking that they have a say. If anything, the countries of the world have republics or representative republics of some sort. There are no true democracies. When politicians say we are protecting the democracy, we don't have one, and they sort of sound unintelligent to a keen mind. They are playing at the uneducation and politics of the people. The United States is not a democracy. It has never had a democracy. It really lacks democratic principles. What it lacks in democratic principles, it has in Republican or Republic or representative principles. And if politicians, diplomats, leaders were being honest, they would stop saying that we have democratic principles or we need to protect the democracy because that doesn't exist. In fact, the Democratic Party shouldn't even be called the Democratic Party. It should more likely be called, more accurately, something like the Progressive Party because the Democratic Party has no democratic principles. And on the flip side, the Republican Party should more likely be called the something else. Give it a different name because it's not a republic, and those people are not Republicans. A republic is different. A republic is a purely representative form of government, but does not take into account other aspects like the judicial branch or the executive branch. So it's not really a republic either. The Republican Party is not advocating for a republic. They're advocating for generally more conservative ideas. So give that a better name. Like Democrat could be known as progressive, Republican could be known as regressive or something like that. We say that all religious leaders, if they were really truly being honest, would say that all people are agnostic because no one really knows anything for sure. It is impossible to know anything. And that all religious leaders, no matter who they are, and name the top 13 religions and say that there are others, their religious leaders don't truthfully know if any of the stuff that they're talking about is correct. They don't know anything. They don't know their real names. They don't know that they're even truthfully on this earth because no one can really know anything. It's very philosophical. It's very Aristotelian. The more I learn, the less I know type of idea, or put the real quote. And if all of the religious leaders of the world were really being honest, they would tell their congregations, no one really knows for sure, but this is the tradition by which we live, or something along those lines. And say, from a Jewish perspective, an Orthodox Jewish perspective, everyone from Moshe Rabbeinu to Hillel and Shammai to Rabbi Akiva to Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai to Rambam to Ramban to Moshe Cordovero to Isaac Luria to the Chafetz Chaim to the Vilna Gaon to Rabbi Cap would all agree that even subjects like the Torah being divine and everything else, if they were truthfully being honest, they would have to agree that no one really knows for sure, but this is the tradition we live by. And make sure that anyone who tells you anything differently, no matter their religious background or philosophical background or scientific background, if they don't say that no one really knows for sure and they say that somebody does know for sure, then you should not believe them because no one really knows anything. Also, put the years of the rabbis and put them in chronological order. And if they have a nickname, you can put it, but then in parentheses, put the, or it doesn't have to be in parentheses, but put like in quotation marks their nickname. You don't have to list the rabbis in bullet points. Just put them in a paragraph and don't put the stuff in bold. It's fine that it's unbolded. And put the rabbis in order chronologically. And when you refer to Moshe Rabbeinu, you can put Moses, comma, Moshe Rabbeinu, and then put in parentheses Moses, our teacher, in Hebrew. And the same for the Chafetz Chaim and the Vilna Gaon and everybody Parentheses, what any names may mean that a common person might not know, like the Vilna Gaon, put genius of Vilna or whatever. Please add Rabbi Lord Jonathan Sachs as well. And the former Sephardic rabbi of Israel, the chief guy, Yitzhak Yosef, and Rabbi Lau, Lau, the Ashkenazi chief. All those people. Have a concluding paragraph that says that people could still be religious, they just have to have some humility to know that nothing can really be known. It's very Aristotelian. And also, this goes for science or philosophy or politics. No one can really absolutely know that they're right. And everything that is stated in this is actually an extremely orthodox Jewish take, because it's the idea that Hashem is unknowable. And for anyone to say that they know something about Hashem shows that they perhaps have too much confidence, because a very orthodox principle is that Hashem is unknowable. and say at the bottom that all of these takes are extremely accurate and consistent within the modern Orthodox world and the centrist Orthodox world and the Litvish world and the Hasidic world and the Orthodox world from all standpoints. And if all of the sages were being honest, they would recognize that no one can really know anything. And also change the title instead of saying that they all would be agnostic, say that it would be perhaps they would all be agnostic. And if you were really to ask all of the religious leaders and really anyone who's religious, if they really were to answer honestly, and you could really delve into their spirit or their soul or their consciousness, they would recognize that no one can really know anything. And that goes for all religions and all scientific ideas and everything. And include all of the Rebbes of the major Hasidic dynasties, all of their first rabbis, and also don't refer to him as the Rebbe, refer to him as the Lubavitcher Rebbe.
Oh, that would have been so funny. Oh my goodness gracious. I love this. Jesse looks like a legend. Joel, absolutely. That's me. That's Red Man in the cat suit. Is that Jeremiah in the front?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's great, man.
Oh, that's beautiful.
The number one thing an artist loves to hear is that.
Right. Well, he's wearing a luchador mask. So.
What? No, that's Brian.
That's Brian.
Right.
You are the
I got it. I got it. I got it now. I got it.
and
Absolutely.
I have to get up.
Yep.
And then Joel is in the middle.
It's true. William, Michael Laird, David Lucas. I absolutely love it. Ryan J, how you doing? How you holding up during all this, man?
I can stand to get out.
Yeah. When do you come hang one of these times? Come hang one of these Mondays. Grab some pizza and chill in studio with us.
Yeah, no, that sounds like a great idea.
Let's do it. Let's have a date. We'll have him and David Lucas in studio next Monday. Maybe we'll start rotating people back into studios slowly but surely. We're so grateful to Betterbox Studios, the great Gino, everybody here, Anthony Gage for all their help continuously every week. It's unbelievable. Buy a candle at damngoodco.com. Buy a poster at RyanJebelt.com. Buy the new Kill Tony shirt at RyanJebelt.com. Buy an old poster or a road poster or anything. Get it framed. All these things look amazing. Look, it's not our set. It's straight from my walls in my own house here in Los Angeles. Brought some of my other booty holes. Kill Tony, or yeah, that's how you know it's from my place. The sweet smell of booty holes and dildos, because I am so gay. gerbil. Brian J., did you get to see Thea Thyson's drawing of the band at all today?
Yeah, I'm gonna work on Joel's nose. Sweet.
Is it?
I'm gonna make it definitely more like ice cream.
Is bad art as funny to you as it is for us, or is it like a comedian watching bad comedy and you get grossed out?
No, as long as people are having fun doing it, they can do whatever they want to do.
I like your style. We actually just got word. Gage has informed us that Thea Thyssen, believe it or not, has sent in another drawing. Are we going live over there right now? Oh! Look at that!
Wow, she did that so fast.
That is incredible.
Please remove the bolding, and you don't have to say 18th and 19th centuries. Just say the early modern period or something like that. Don't break things into like say centuries.
Final column. That thing is like that looks like one. Is that Tower 2 on 9/11?
It looks like my body is a dick.
It does. Oh, there it is. Absolutely. I already have my new. I already have my new background. This is my new full-time background. Yeah, absolutely. So this has been another episode of Kill Tony. Fun stuff happening. We're still doing it. Vito's Pizza. No doubt about it. If you're getting pizza in the Los Angeles area, that's the only way to go. MyBookie.ag, they double your first deposit. Use the promo code KillTony. You spin you when you get paid. And ExpressVPN. I mean, seriously, this thing is a fucking game changer. You go to Netflix, watch The Last Dance when it comes out by switching to a global location. You can do anything. German porn? Hey, I'm in Germany now. You want to watch anime? Go to Japan. Anything you're into.
Yeah, and you'll be amazed when you look at the porn. There's some places, we have tougher laws than other countries, so you can go to some of these countries and see some porn you're not really supposed to see.
Yeah, hello. Does the idea of a woman blowing you so hard that she vomits profusely entertain you? ExpressVPN, switch everything to Germany. Spoiler alert, this switch goes to Germany for all the crazy stuff. Dates coming up, supposedly Miami, Austin, Houston, San Fran, Sacramento, Tacoma, Washington, D.C., Salt Lake City. Supposedly these things are all happening. Supposedly the curve is flattened from the latest projections I've seen in June or July here in California. So things are moving along at a safe rate. Let's just keep it moving here. The great leader of the band, Jeremiah Watkins, joined us here tonight. He's on Venmo at Jeremiah Watkins. You have a new episode of Jeremiah Wonders out.
With Chappelle Lacey this week.
With Chappelle. That's all you need to know. He's got Chappelle on his show.
Just say that.
Chappelle Lacey. Or maybe it's Dick. Who knows? I'm not even going to say who it might be, but it's Chappelle Lacey.
Yes, Chappelle. Jeremiah-Watkins on Venmo, and I did this thing, this project that I just released on YouTube from Kiltonian, mostly Kiltonian and some other shows. It's 100 of my characters that I've collected from over the years. I put it all in one video on my YouTube, which took a long time.
I've been watching you do that for years now. I've been watching you make a compilation of all the characters, and what's wild about that is that you've done so many of the characters multiple times. You know what I mean? So there's all these memories with these characters from around the world, and so much fun. Such a great job.
Like an in memoriam.
Yeah, it's gonna be awesome. Joel Jimenez was here tonight, ladies and gentlemen. He was on fire almost the whole time. Jolina, what's up? What else?
Nothing. I love you guys. Let's fucking keep it moving. Stay positive.
He's an official Ludwig artist. If you're into drums at all, the best brand in the world is Ludwig. Venmo Joel, he's drinking Clorox Blue.
Yeah, Joel Jimenez.
He is on social media, mostly sorry. And
oh yeah, I lost a lot of followers from the dog picture, so you can follow me back. I promise not to post any more dog photos.
You think it was Kill Tony fans that unfollowed you?
Absolutely.
I saw a couple people like,
Absolutely. I got multiple messages, and from my body being on Kevin, he lost 400 in 1 hour. And I ended up losing like several hundred over the span of a week because I left my picture up because I'm a ride or die guy.
yeah, you're a ride or die guy, aka nothing to lose. The great Jesse Johnson, of course, the amazing social worker, was here with us all night. An amazing job, as always, by you, the great Jet Ski Johnson. Brum, brum, brum.
So I've only been a social worker for an hour, but it was really hard. So just shout out to everybody out there.
Shout out to all the essential social workers out there. Jesse is, of course, at Jet Ski Johnson, all one word. So follow her on everything, Twitter, Instagram. Works, Red Band.
Check out my virtual reality show. It's Virtual Red Bands on YouTube.com/redband. 30 episodes already, and a lot of Kill Tony fans, and we all just get together and we do Kill Tony shit, like watching Kill Tony right now. It's a lot of fun. And of course, Brothers in Cursive and Dead Air gets Spot.tv. Thanks, guys.
What's
There
that?
you go. We did it again.
Lots of
Ladies
Boston,
and
really?
gentlemen, have a great day.
You know,
See you next week.
Hey, this is Red Band coming to you live from Benderbox Studios for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Here's Tony Hinchcliffe.
Hey, I'm right here, everybody. Exciting stuff. Glad to be back. We are live streaming around the world using our friends over at YouTube. And exciting to be here. Red Band, how are you?
Great, how are you, man?
I'm great.
Yeah,
It's good to see you once a week.
good to see you once a week, too.
That every night stuff was getting
Pretty bad.
yeah.
I reset my sleep schedule this week. I'm now waking up at 6 a.m.
6 a.m.
Yeah,
Yeah, how many mornings have you woken up at 6 a.m.?
3 or 4.
Wow.
It sucks.
It's incredible. Why does it suck?
Because it's like nothing's open times 2. Like nothing's open already.
Have you ever thought about buying yourself a nice espresso machine and making your own drink?
I do.
So what do you need open?
Well, just anything to do. Like you wake up at 6 a.m. and it's like, what am I doing?
What do you do? What do you do?
Normally I'd probably go to like Starbucks, probably go to the store,
What store?
like Best Buy, or
You go to
some
Best
kind
Buy.
of shit, or just do something. Like go out of the house and go somewhere.
Perhaps they would all be agnostic. The honest take on religion, knowledge, and human certainty. Across history, humanity has sought answers to the deepest questions. Why are we here? What is the purpose of life? Is there a divine plan? What happens after death? Religions have arisen to provide frameworks, rituals, and communities that attempt to answer these questions. They offer guidance, ethical instruction, and a sense of belonging. Yet, if all religious leaders were perfectly candid, and if one could truly delve into their stolen consciousness, they would have to acknowledge a fundamental truth. No one truly knows anything with absolute certainty. Religious traditions are rich, meaningful, and life-guiding, but epistemologically, certainty is impossible. Humans cannot fully know the nature of Hashem, the ultimate purpose of the universe, or even the totality of their own existence. Everything we hold as truth is filtered through human experience, interpretation, language, and culture. Our frameworks for understanding come from texts, traditions, philosophy, and community practice, but these are all human constructs. None of them provides access to ultimate knowledge without mediation through limited and fallible human minds. Consider the major religions of the world: Judaism, Christianity, Islam, Hinduism, Buddhism, Sikhism, Jainism, Shinto, Taoism, Zoroastrianism, Baha'i, Confucianism, and various indigenous spiritual practices. Even within these traditions, no religious leader can claim objective, absolute knowledge of ultimate reality. Leaders guide their followers according to sacred texts, rituals, and interpretations claim to certainty about Hashem, the divine, cosmic reality is philosophically and epistemologically unsustainable. From a Jewish perspective, this humility has deep roots and a long historical lineage. In the biblical and early classical period, foundational figures include Moses, Moshe Rabbeinu, Moses our teacher, c. 1391 to 1271 BCE, whose leadership shaped the foundation of Jewish revelation, and Hillel the Elder, c. 110 BCE 10 CE, who emphasized empathy, humility, and ethical reasoning and judgment. During the same period, Rabbi Akiva, c. 50 to 135 CE, became known for his devotion, scholarship, and eventual martyrdom during the Bar Kokhba revolt. Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, c. 100 to 160 CE, contributed to mystical Jewish thought, including what would later form the Zohar. Rabbi Meir, c. 110-70 CE, was celebrated for his analytical mind and Hebrew reasoning. In the early modern period, notable figures include Rabbi Yosef Karo, 1488 to 1575, Ben Yosef, meaning House of Joseph, who codified Jewish law in the Shulchan Aruch. Rabbi Isaac Luria, 50.
Pardon me. Include the Achronim, the Rishonim, all those guys, the sages, call them Chazal, call them all the rabbis of the Talmud, all of the Kabbalists, all modern rabbis, even your rabbi in your local shul. None of them know, and if they were really being honest, they would tell you that. And insert this information into this article, and also say, on the flip side, that anyone who says that these practices are false of any of the religions would also be untruthful because they can't know that either. No one can know anything. So, both the religious and the non religious or completely secular don't use the word atheist. Don't use that word. But everybody on both sides of the aisle, whether for religion or against religion, has to agree that no one knows.
Absolutely. I can revise the article to include Rambam, Maimonides 1145 to 12, and Rambam, Nachmanides 1194 to 1270 in their proper chronological places, integrated with the other rabbis and dynasties. I will keep the chronological paragraphs, the philosophical emphasis on epistemic humility, and the previous modifications on Shem no bolding, modern and historical rabbis, Hasidic dynasties, etc. Here's the updated version, including Rambam and Rambam. Perhaps they would all be agnostic, the honest take on religion, knowledge, and human certainty. Across history, humanity has sought answers to the deepest questions. Why are we here? What is the purpose of life? Is there a divine plan? What happens after death? Religions have arisen to provide frameworks, rituals, and communities that attempt to answer these questions. They offer guidance, ethical instruction, and a sense of belonging. Yet, if all religious leaders were perfectly candid, and if one could truly delve into their spirit, soul, consciousness, they would have to acknowledge a fundamental truth. No one truly knows anything with absolute certainty. Religious traditions are rich, meaningful, and life-guiding, but epistemologically, certainty is impossible. Humans cannot fully know the nature of Hashem, the ultimate purpose of the universe, or even the totality of their own existence. Everything we hold as truth is filtered through human experience, interpretation, language, and culture. Our frameworks for understanding come from texts, traditions, philosophy, and community practice, but these are all human constructs. Neither the religious nor the secular can claim ultimate knowledge. On the flip side, anyone who claims that these practices are false, or that any religion is entirely incorrect, is equally overconfident. Neither religious leaders nor their critics can truly know. Both sides must acknowledge the same fundamental limitation: no one knows anything with certainty. Consider the major religions of the world: Judaism, Christianity, Islam, Hinduism, Buddhism, Jainism, Shinto, Taoism, Zoroastrianism, Baha'i, Confucianism, and various indigenous spiritual practices. Even within these traditions, no religious leader can claim objective, absolute knowledge of ultimate reality. Leaders guide their followers according to sacred texts, rituals, and interpretations, but any claim to certainty about Hashem, the divine, or cosmic reality is philosophically and epistemologically unsustainable. The faithful are guided not by ultimate certainty, but by structures, ethical frameworks, and lived practices. From a Jewish perspective, this humility has deep roots and a long historical lineage. In the biblical and early classical period, foundational figures include Moses, Moshe Rabbeinu, Moses our teacher, c. 1391 to 1271 BCE, whose leadership shaped the foundation of Jewish revelation. Hillel the Elder, c. 110 BCE 10 CE, and Shammai, c. 50 BCE to 30 CE, the founders of the foundational schools of Jewish law, emphasized rigorous ethical reasoning, cultivate humility, and legal interpretation. Their approach underscored that even legal authority must acknowledge its own limitations. Rabbi Akiva, c. 50 to 135 CE, and Rabbi Shimon bar Yochai, c. 100 to 160 CE, contributed to Talmudic and mystical thought, stressing the importance of study and interpretation while implicitly recognizing the limits of human certainty. Rabbi Meir, c. 110 to 170 CE, Rabbi Yosef ben Halafta, c. 90 to 150 CE, and Rabbi Judah Hanasi, c. 135 to 220 CE, compiler of the Mishnah, acronym Rabbanu, all engaged in intricate debates, preserving multiple viewpoints, precisely because certainty is impossible even within sacred law. During the medieval period, Jewish thinkers expanded the intellectual and philosophical rigor of the tradition. Rambam, Moses Maimonides, 1135 to 1204, codified Jewish law in the Mishnah Torah and wrote the Guide for the Perplexed, combining rational philosophy and halacha, emphasizing that human knowledge of Hashem is limited and understanding is mediated through reason and study. Rambam, Nachmanides, 1194 to 1270, integrating mystical insights with legal scholarship, demonstrating that spiritual understanding is profound yet ultimately limited. Both of these sages exemplify the principle that intellectual depth does not equate to absolute certainty. In the early modern period, Jewish leadership continued this emphasis on study and reflection. Rabbi Yosef Karo, 1488 to 1545, Beit Yosef, House of Joseph, codified Jewish law in the Shulchan Aruch, providing clarity without claiming absolute certainty. Rabbi Isaac Luria, 1530-1572, the Ari the Lion, revolutionized the apostolic thought, and his disciple Rabbi Chaim Vital, 1543-1620, systematized Lurianic Kabbalah, showing that spiritual truths can be deeply explored yet remain ultimately unknown in totality. Rabbi Moshe Isser's c. 1530-1572, the Rima, contributed Ashkenazi perspectives, harmonizing them with Karo's Sephardic law, again emphasizing the interpretive nature of his understanding. Later, during the rise of Hasidism and the Mussar movement, figures like Rabbi Elijah ben Solomon Zalman, the Vilna Gaon, 1720 to 1797, genius of Rabbi Yisrael Salanta, 1810 to 1883, father of Mussar, and Rabbi Yisrael Meir Kagan Hafetz Chaim, 1838 to 1933, desirable of life, emphasizing common spiritual discipline. Their work underscores that devotion, study, and ethical living do not equate to ultimate certainty. Rabbi Shlomo Zalman Auerbach, 1910 to 1995, Rabbi Moshe Feinstein, 1895 to 1986, Rabbi Avigdor Miller, 1908 to 2001, Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson, 1902 to 1994, and Rabbi Yon Teitelbaum, 1887 to 1979, leader in Satmar, Rabbi David Weiss, 1946 to present, leader in Satmar, Rabbi Ovadia Yosef, 1920 to 2013, Rabbi Yitzhak Yosef, 1952 to present, Rabbi David Lau, current Ashkenazi Chief Rabbi of Israel, Rabbi Lord Jonathan Sachs, 1948 to 2020, and countless local rabbis have maintained this acknowledgement of epistemic humility in guiding their communities. No matter how influential, they all recognize that certainty about Hashem, the ultimate meaning of mitzvot, is beyond human capacity. The Hasidic dynasties, Lubavitch, Breslov, Satlov, Bobov, Ger, Vishnitz, Skver, Klausenberg, Toldos, Aharon, and others illustrate the same principle across generations. From Shneor Zalman of Liadi, 1745 to 1812, founder of Chabad, to Rabbi Shalom Rakia of Belz, 1779 to 1855, to Rabbi Yoel Teitelbaum of Satmar, to Rabbi Yitzchak Meir Alter of Ger, 1799 to 1866, the tradition is clear. Spiritual leadership, halachic authority, and ethical guidance do not equate to absolute knowledge. Every dynasty reflects continuity in practice, interpretation, and ethical life, while implicitly affirming the limits of human understanding. The Nazarenes' teachings, from a Christian perspective, similarly emphasize faith, trust, and ethical engagement rather than epistemic certainty. The parables and dialogues invite trust and reflection without asserting complete understanding of ultimate reality. Likewise, Islam, through the Quran and Hadith, provides guidance for ethical and spiritual life, but does not claim that human beings can fully comprehend Hashem's will. Hinduism's philosophical symbols, Buddhism's mindfulness and impermanence practices, Sikhism's disciplined devotion, Jainism's ethical rigor, Shinto and Taoist rituals, Zoroastrian moral and cosmological teachings, Baha'i spiritual frameworks, Confucian ethical guidance, and indigenous practices all operate similarly. Leaders provide paths for engagement, not claims of absolute certainty. In all cases, the acknowledgement that Hashem's ultimate truth is unknowable is central to intellectual honesty. This humility extends beyond religion. Scientific theories are provisional, constantly revised and refined based on observation, data, and experimentation. Philosophical systems debate morality, existence, and consciousness across centuries. Political systems evolve, ideological claims shift, and social structures change over time. To claim absolute certainty in any of these domains is to overreach human capacity. The human mind is limited in perspective, historical context, and scope. Intellectual honesty demands humility across all fields. Faith, therefore, is not weakened by recognition of uncertainty. On the contrary, it is strengthened. Faith becomes a conscious engagement with tradition and ethical and spiritual commitment, rather than a claim to ultimate knowledge. Prayer, ritual, study, and ethical action are meaningful precisely because they are acts of engagement in a reality that remains ultimately unknowable. Humility in acknowledging what we cannot know allows for deeper respect for life, morality, and the human experience. The lived traditions, ethical codes, and spiritual frameworks guide human behavior, but they do so without claiming to unlock ultimate cosmic or divine truth. Ultimately, the message is clear. If all religious leaders, sages, philosophers, scientists, and politically minded thinkers were fully honest, they would admit the limits of certainty. This is not nihilism. It is rigorous intellectual and spiritual honesty. In the Jewish tradition, particularly the modern Orthodox, centuries-old Orthodox, Sephardic, Ashkenazi, and Hasidic worlds, this is a fundamental principle. Hashem is infinite, transcendent, and unknowable in his essence. Any human assertion of complete understanding risks overconfidence, and humility is the appropriate response of the sincere seeker. People can remain deeply religious and committed to their traditions, but this must be coupled with humility. No one truly knows anything for certain. This stance encourages ethical responsibility, reflection, and the cultivation of awe toward Hashem and the cosmos. Anyone, regardless of their background, religious, secular, scientific, or philosophical, must acknowledge that all human knowledge is ultimately provisional. All of these takes are consistent across the modern Orthodox world, the centuries-old Orthodox world, the Sephardic world, the Ashkenazi world, and the Hasidic world. If all the sages, rabbis, and religious authorities were being completely honest, they would acknowledge that no one can truly know anything with certainty. This principle is universal, applying equally across religions, scientific theories, philosophical systems, and political ideologies. Any claim to absolute certainty about ultimate reality is beyond human reach. The practical takeaway is clear. If anyone tells you they know for sure, whether regarding Hashem, the purpose of existence, or the ultimate interpretation of Scripture, do not accept it uncritically. True understanding, whether in religion, philosophy, or science, begins with the acknowledgement that no one knows everything with absolute certainty. We live within frameworks, traditions, and systems of meaning that guide thought and conduct, but we must always recognize the limits of human knowledge. By living with this awareness, we honor both the tradition we inherit and the mysteries that remain. Faith becomes a dialogue rather than a declaration. Ethics become an exercise in reflection rather than rigid compliance. Life becomes a pursuit of wisdom and engagement rather than the acquisition of absolute certainty. In this recognition, human understanding, religious practice, and philosophical inquiry converge in a shared acknowledgement of our inherent limitations, of found humility that accompanies them. This expanded article is over 2,000 words, includes Rambam and Ramban, the major rabbis, Hasidic dynasties, and modern leaders, and emphasizes epistemic humility. It reflects an extremely orthodox Jewish perspective consistent across centuries and communities. If you want, I can also create a final polished, medium-ready 2,000 plus word version with even smoother flow, formatted for easy reading online while keeping all the rabbi names, dynasties, and philosophical content intact.
How would the Rebbe talk about other religions? Do you think he would approve of spelling out the letters so that the reader knows what it is, but it doesn't really recognize them? That's kind of an Orthodox Jewish thing. And also for Jonathan Sachs, do you think he would approve of putting the hyphen in between the L and the R in his title? When I talk about the Rebbe, I mean the Lubavitcher Rebbe. Do you think that it was done in the previous article in a tasteful way for Chabad?
Next.
Yeah, that's a clay.
But like 6 a.m., it's right now. 6 a.m. is even worse. It's crazy.
Well, that's good. It's good. That's healthy for you. What time are you going to
This
bed?
is my guy.
Like 11.
Wow, that's great. No, that's great. You're finally sleeping like a man your age.
Less drinking too.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's essential for you. Absolutely essential. How about food? What kind of food have you been?
Well, I've been ordering a lot of Postmates.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's the best stuff in the world.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I had some Vito's pizza today from our good friend Charlie here. Absolutely delicious. He made us an incredible baked potato pizza. And I actually had Postmates for lunch. I had delicious Postmates. What was it? Oh, it was tacos today.
Yeah.
I had delicious carne asada burritos. You can only get here in California. It's the best Mexican food, other than Mexico, perhaps. If you're like me, you probably start thinking about what to eat for dinner while you're eating lunch. That's what I do. I love food, and that's why I love using Postmates. But I kind of love them for even more than that right now because I can get food delivered without leaving the house or even opening the door. Given what's going on in the world, they created non-contact deliveries. So now when I order from local restaurants, everything gets left right outside my door.
Oh, it's great. They have a little mat that they put down and they put your food right there. They have Postmates pickup also, which I've been using to order takeout from my favorite local restaurants. And that's important. And listen up, you guys need to be supporting your neighborhood spots right now. I've only been ordering local because it's a great way to support my community. The place near me, Talleyrand, they even had to go Bloody Marys the other day. So I ordered some Bloody Marys and a nice breakfast. And Postmates doesn't just deliver burgers and sushis. That's plural. They actually make my life easier by picking up everything I need from Walgreens and 7-Eleven and dropping it outside my door. Just download Postmates on iOS or Android, find your favorites, and get anything you want delivered in an hour.
And for a limited time, Postmates is giving our listeners $100 of free delivery credit for the first 7 days. $100. To start your deliveries, download the app and use the code KILLTONY, all one word. That's code KILLTONY for $100 of free delivery credit for your first 7 days when you download the Postmates app. Anything you need, anytime you need it, Postmate it. Yeah! And after you eat all that Postmates, guess what you gotta do? Go pooping and out of your butt. There's a toilet paper shortage. Everyone has an ass. Everyone deserves the gift of Tushy. Wiping your butt with dry toilet paper does not remove all the shit. If you got poop on any other part of your body, would you wipe it off with dry paper? Hell no. Water cleans better than dry paper, my friends. Thankfully, there's now a sleek bidet attachment that clips onto your existing toilet and sprays your butt completely clean with fresh water. It's called Tushy, and it's the best thing you can do for your butt. Tushy sprays directly to your ass and removes the poop completely, so you aren't sitting on bacteria that leads to nasty things like hemorrhoids, yeast infections, UTIs, itchy assholes, and skid marks.
You saying skid marks makes me happy, and bidets make me happy because they're common in the rest of the world. You know, when I went to Japan, every place had like public restrooms. A bidet saves you money on toilet paper. You still use a little toilet paper to pat dry, but that amount is just so small. It's like one little square. It won't clog your toilets. Tushy sprays your ass with fresh water. It's not toilet water. Tushy connects to the water supply right behind your toilet to spray your dirty parts clean with fresh water. It's the same water you brush your teeth with. Wet wipes are worse than toilet paper. They're terrible for the environment. They cause anal fissures. You don't want your anus fissuring.
Yeah, definitely not.
And it's only $79, which is insane.
That's crazy. It does not need to cost $1 zillion to upgrade your bathroom and deserve Instagrammable luxury. Tushy only costs $79 and it changes your life. I know it changed mine. My bathroom is a modern-day self-care oasis. Go to hellotushy.com/killtony. Get 10% off your order. One more time, that's hellotushy.com/killtony. Get 10% off your order. So excited to be back here. So excited. You know, these episodes, wow, completely different than being home at the Comedy Store in front of a sold-out room of 500 people. You know, some of my favorite comedians being guests, sitting in the back, sneaking in, sneaking on the show, coming on with their balls out or their butt out. You know, Ron White walking in with a bottle of tequila. These shows here at Better Box Studios are a little bit different. These are the survival episodes. We're so grateful for the people over at Better Box that have opened their doors to us. Of course, I'm talking about the great Gino over at Speedweed, who makes this all possible. He's always at every episode of Kill Tony. He's been a loyal soldier of not just Kill Tony, but stand-up comedy, roast battle, all the coolest shows. He's got the best taste in comedy. He's like the Spike Lee of the New York Knicks, but for the Comedy Store, and they're amazing.